Alright. We're back. It'll be my last day of Honkai Impact. What's up, Goto? Yeah, this will be the last day. I got too much else to get to. I think I will probably try Chain Decas. More so that I'm really curious why so many people are calling it like some god JRPG, but then why everybody I personally know like dropped it or is not that interested. It's one of those cases. I see people saying the best JRPG made in the last 10 years, and I'm like, no, really? I think we're gonna give it a go. Now, Potion Craft Simulator, I'm actually a bit more iffy on. From everything I understand, it's pretty fun for like 10 hours. I'll read this a lot. And then it's like just super boring after that. And repetitive, so. I don't know on that one. And I'm thinking maybe I'm gonna think twice. Yes, we'll see. Anywho, today we're not gonna do a whole lot on this. We're just gonna kind of wrap stuff up here. I'll probably do the Dawn Hang companion quest because that's supposed to be kind of important. We might do the Ghost Girl event, get that started. Do what roles I have left. It's like time. Oh, the event. I will do this event quest. Shit like that. Oh, I guess we could finish Clara's quest here. Yeah, I don't want to skimp on checking out any of the limited event stuff, but I don't really feel like doing them all. We'll see a little bit about the current one. Why would I want to come back to talk to her? I have to be standing like somewhere specific. Menlos. And taking pictures of. So this is like a small little event here. I imagine this took them 2 seconds to make, since it's just taking pictures of existing shit. Which is fine as a little side activity. Is this guy gonna be photobombing or something? Jesus. I mean, if they've got like a fun story to, some comedy to tell, that's fine. Won't be logging on to do any dailies. Like I said, I'm not interested in having a daily grind here. I'm really interested I could come back to it. Revisit story stuff. We can do the dailies when I'm actually playing it right now. But.
Coffee でもどう?
For the daily lady.
おい、聞いたか?
I think what we'll do is I'll probably do Don Hang's thing. Probably do the start of this limited event. Then I think that'll be it. Gotta have a stopping point, man. There's always more things you can do. I think the wells mostly run dry though, and I've done a lot. In terms of just like side stuff. There's a lot more grindy, like combat oriented stuff we could keep pushing, but like I said, I just don't have any intent to play it that way.
おい、聞いたか?
I know that's a big focus in Gacha, right? I'm familiar with it. It's not something I need to find out about. Live service shenanigans to get you playing all the time. FOMO and all that. Put it more on the grounds of something more traditional, right? How much is per hour? Yeah. Enjoyable it is and all that. There's something unique it can only do by being like a gacha, stuff like that. He's a dragon again.
ただの次女に過ぎませんので。
言ってくれ。
その前にこちらの方は。 私は炭鉱様に話がありますので、関係のない方は。
彼女は俺の親友で証人になってもらうために呼んだんだ。彼女も俺の一部だと思って。
では率直に申し上げますが、白露様に会わないでいただきたいのです。白露様は素朴で無邪気、何かを企んだりすることなどあります。どうか最後まで話を聞いてください。すでにご存知かもしれませんが、白露様が竜尊になった過程は通常とは異なる上に、本人が望んだことでもなく、竜士たちは炭鉱様が戻ってきたことを知り、すぐには吉凶を判断することができませんでした。しかし誰もがラフの竜尊一族の規則に基づいて他の有能な方を選ぶにしても、炭鉱様が全てを白露様に引き継いだとなれば、きっと。
I don't care about your politics. I don't think he does either that much.
白露様は若く見識も浅いため、他人に影響されやすい。
お前の考えはよく分かった。
わかりました。炭鉱様、白露様に会いに行くにしても、私と一緒に竜した。
まだ白露に会えていないというのに引き
The
下がる。
blurry resolution, man.
必要ない。お前は俺がラフの寿命族の後裔だということを知った。だがあの力は俺のものではなく、俺の前世であるタンフーのものだ。タンフーは勝手に竜尊の寿命族の転生の断りをもとに考えれば、俺は完全に新しい個体であるはずだ。そして法によれば、まあ実際には転生した時から優秀国に交流されていたが、釈放され泉州を離れた後も、竜尊の過去とタンフーの敵が、俺は過去を取り戻したいと思っている。剣木の封印の修復と引き換えに、竜尊に謁見して何か精査の準備ができた。
How would he help the people that imprison him? And if they have like a culture or biological thing where they rebirth themselves and are totally different people, then like, what does he even have to do with it other than lineage?
僕は探偵士の医師六栄。ご覧の通り寿命族です。
忠告？
今すぐこの。当たり前でしょう。白露様が後を継いでからというもの、非難の声は絶えません。そもそもタンフーが白露様を竜尊に選んだのですから。しかしあなたがラフに戻ったことで状況。
俺に白露の地位を
そのつもりがなくても、あなたがラフにいるか前世の過ちを。
お二人は探偵士の同点に向かわ。
やあ、今日のハゲツコ会は風が強く波が高い。
将軍も竜尊に会うのは諦めろと言い
私は竜士。さっきの質問から察するに、出発する前にも寿命族の聖水に関わることだから、各々に思うところがあるのも当然だ。タンフーしかり、竜士しかり、竜児を育てている探偵士も例外ではない。
ここで療養
We
し
were
てい
talking
る
about the brat,
将
right?
軍
The
も
little
俺たち
gremlin.
が誰に会ったのか知っているだろ
う。ここで会ったの
Yeah,
も
Big
何
Hung
か
ain't gonna stay, man. He's got a whole
私が代わ
story
り
he's gotta
に
do.
皆の来意を聞いてみる。 粒子と竜尊の権力争いは昔からもともと粒子たちは後任の竜尊に関して全てを覆せるほどの。だが炭鉱殿が戻ってきた今粒子は弾圧されて久しい。小細彼らは自分たちこそが正当だと自負している。白露は前任の竜尊が自ら選んだ奸役の竜女は竜のような姿と不思議な治癒能力を併せ持つ。それを竜尊、そして君の目の前にいる丹風の生まれ変わりが破月湖海の膨大な量の海丹風が退位した後、粒子、おそらくこれは寿命の内輪の問題だ。ラフの平和をただ友人として助言しておこう。竜尊の力を持つ炭鉱殿と竜尊の肩書きを持つ白露、もういい時間だ。君たちは林園郷
Can they
に
just peace out
剣木
and
の
I'll just
封
be
印を
back to what it
修
was
復して
before?
竜尊に謁見するんだろう。
炭鉱様、いらっしゃったのですね。もう粒子たちに会いに行かれますか、それとも白露様に謁見を。
白露はすでに林園郷で待ってる。
その頑固さ、確かに丹風の影が見て取れますね。
すまないが、お前たちはどこに伝承を途絶えさせた罪人を寿命族の聖地に入れるわけには。
皆さん、炭鉱様が林園郷に入られる件についてはすでに
The
六
six
王と
charioteers.
粒子たちの
I don't
承
know any
認
of
を
these
得て
people.
います。それ
Big
に
problem with the main
今
story
の
is just
彼はあの罪人
blabbering
で
on
はあり
about
ま
all
せん。
these like parties and lore and stuff to try to make it seem, I feel like, a bigger, more complicated world, but never giving you what you need at the moment. Like, I'm all for not telling you specific details of like the government and all that stuff if it's not necessary. It can just be little things you can dig into on the side. I'll be popping off with the 6 chariot. They probably mentioned them a bunch already, and it's just like, it's just one of those things where it's like, I feel like it's almost this attempt to just make it seem smarter and more complicated than it is. I mean, they definitely write enough. I mean, there's enough supplementary like pages you can read where they probably get into some of it, but I just don't think they give you like the bare necessities to make you interested in the current plot a lot of the time. They'll just pop off talking about these randos. I feel like in this, they give this illusion of like, of depth and like richness of like, I hate saying that word, richness of lore. And they certainly do write a lot in this game, but I find, what's the word I'm looking for? Not engaging, but I forgot the word. Like, you know, there's a different word for like interesting when it comes to like, or you know, something that you can grapple with, or and it touches you or something, right? I just don't find a lot of it to be that way. I don't know why I can't remember the word I was thinking of. It's the perfect word for that situation.
よく回る口だ。
But
こいつが本当
I just
にあの
jumped out of
罪
bed
人じゃ
without
ないか
eating.
どうかは。罪人じゃなかったとしても、寿命族はこいつのような化け物を容認することはできないがな。
Anyways, went off on a tangent about forgetting a word.
タンフタンフは生まれ変わったと言ったな。依然として罪人の竜尊としての力を持っておきながら生まれ変わっただと。
戦輪総理世を注が
やはりお前はタンフンだ。
構わ
助けていただいて。
ない。いや奴らのね、
ここにとどまるのは危険ですので、今すぐ出発しましょ
会いたいと思ったらその時に伝える。
う。わかりました。では
この先は危険かもしれない。
Tired of this annoying ladies. Pissing and moaning. But yeah, I don't know, I mean, they definitely write a lot, but like I said before, I feel like sometimes it's just fluff and it doesn't have enough like, value to a lot of it. It's not the worst fluff dialogue I've seen, but there's sometimes I'm just like, you could just cut this character, you could refocus this into something like that actually characterizes some of these people a bit more, or gives me some actual lore to like sink my teeth into that helps like push the story a bit. But instead we'll just kind of like go off on essentially just these long tangents about somebody's random bullshit or this random location that like doesn't really matter. I don't know, I'd have to have some of it pop up to give an example, but kind of pointed out I guess throughout the game. One of those where there's just like a lot of writing. I mean, Jesus, this game has like, I don't know what it looks like on font, but it has this huge, massive like paragraph like space down below. Like you can just tell like the kind of writing it has. There's games I'll play that, you know, of like like a room for like a sentence, you know. This is like a huge fucking like paragraph, and they'll just keep going, right? You know. And I don't think there's anything particularly wrong with that, but I don't think they really use it in a fun way. It's not like fun reading it. It's not. They're not like interesting. There's no like style to like the prose or whatever. I mean, there's plenty of meme shit, but yeah. I just think it really hurts the main story, especially when the main story is mostly just like action. Like at least retaining some element of like the pace and the momentum would be good, but then you'll like go off and do like random shit or learn about some fucking goofy guy alchemist chief, his what he's thinking about, his little mirrors and stuff, or it just ends up being like just kind of fucked. The first chapter is a good example, like bad pace too. There's supposed to be some kind of like emergency and everybody's just kind of meandering around making jokes, taking their time, and it just fucks with the tone and the tension and stuff. If anything, the best story so far was that fucking IPC want to take over the planet one until the end of it, then they fucked it. I mean, I knew they'd fuck it. There's no way they were gonna tell some like nihilistic, like, you know, thought-provoking story. Right? Bronny just comes in and says, "Hey, let's be nice," and then she's like, "Oh, you're right. Forgive me for all my words and deeds and all that." and then it's just over. Right?
幸いお二人とも強かったので無事に切り抜けられました。資格は炭鉱様を狙っていて
Akina. I mean, it's passable. It's okay. It depends. It really depends on what you're doing. I think for a gacha, it's pretty solid. but the bar is really low there. I think for if you're just like comparing your hours to like a normal kind of traditional RPG, it's kind of just whatever. I think at times it can be cripplingly boring. At times it can be kind of addicting and fun. It just depends on what you're doing. I think anytime the story, especially the main story, is going, it's cripplingly boring. I think, well, there's a few cool areas and stuff, and a bit of variety there. A lot of it's still kind of like pulling from reality, so it doesn't pull any interesting creative sci-fi stuff, I think, as much as it should, or themes. It rarely. The space sci-fi part has like nothing. Like, you could just set this in a normal world and it wouldn't be any different. Only the last little mini story did it finally, like, something specific to sci-fi kind of happened. So I find the story to be kind of boring. But when the gameplay is going, it's not too bad. The problem is, like, it's fast, the animations are nice. It feels good to get off your ultimate and stuff. You're getting pumped, and turn order manipulation's cool. The problem is it doesn't have, like, insano depth, and it's got gacha problems, right? When it comes to combat. You might not have access to a lot of characters. It might take a really long time to level up all characters. The game and the main story isn't going to expect you to have any characters, so you can generally just plow through with what you got. A lot of the systems don't get introduced for 20 to 30 hours. So that while there's customization, gear and talent trees and craft essence and all that stuff, you tend to just not mess with a lot of it very often. Or in like a more traditional RPG, you're like constantly remaking your teams, or, you know, in a good one, or adjusting, you know, like in like a Monster Sanctuary, you're like constantly remaking talent trees, or SMT, you're remaking demons and refusing stuff, or you're switching out party members, and, you know, like in a Dragon Quest, and playing with all these different skill trees and stuff, and, you know, turning gear in and out and optimizing and stuff. So it's one of those things, like, it does have, especially by the end game, I'm sure, a lot of depth and team composition, thought, and challenges that are going to require you to have a lot of characters. But because it's gacha, because you don't have those things, because they can't make content based around stuff you might not have, because how they want you to play for a really long time gets in the way of the pacing of skills, the pacing of leveling up. I feel like while the combat's kind of fun, like, it's fine, it's like hamstrung by that. I also think it's got a pretty small roster of monsters. There's a few you handle differently, but I mean, generally each character has one ability and one auto attack, so it's not going to get too in depth, right? Like, I'm not going to run into a guy where it's like, oh, I got to whip out the reflex, or, you know, oh, this guy, he's a super buffer, so, you know, I have the ability to, like, maybe debuff or something. Like, you can do that on some characters, but it'd have to have this, like, foreknowledge, and it's a lot more about elemental typings and party comp, and then, like I said, those are kind of spread out. Obviously, the gear is strong, the craft essences are strong. That could totally swing how good your stuff is. You might not get it, though, right? Like, I have a 4-star that gives a party-wide 20% turn boost when I use this one chick's ultimate. But if I didn't have that, I mean, my fights would look very different, though. Yeah, gacha just ends up being fucked. Unless it's like Xenoblade 2's, where it's like, you're going to roll all the fucking time, and you have, like, main ones. And it doesn't, you know, there's enough depth for each character where you could just fucking ignore, you know, any other party member if you wanted, but, and just play with those. Like, I don't mind it in that game. Like, a bit of randomness can be fun, but this is a randomness made to spend money, so they can't give you too much, and it's made to be played over like a bazillion years. If you're addicted. I mean, the content, we're about at the point where it's probably drying up. There's a few little events I can mess with and a few more quests, but I've done almost every single quest in the game up to now. I just have some of these like post-story ones. We're doing like one, and then I'll probably do a limited time event that's currently going on just to see what it's like. And I've done a few of the past limited events. But, yeah, so the gameplay can be fun. I think it's entertaining. I think it's going to depend on who you get. And whether you care to try to optimize. The main story is just not going to require you to do it. It's definitely, even doing some side content, you know, like the roguelike. I had a lot of fun with the roguelike mode, but I mean, a lot of that's less on, your party matters, but you know, a lot of it's going to be your roguelike build that you figure out. So, I don't know. Not crazy great combat and kind of a hamstrung back end, but fun enough. But yeah, the story, the writing, there's so much time that's taken up by that. I find the character, I'm just kind of getting into the whole review here, I guess, man. I could just refer back to this after we do a little more. But I find the characters to be pretty surface level. There's a few that are like kind of fun, like Svarog and stuff, Screwbillium and all that. But I don't find them conceptually interesting. I find the designs in Mihoyo to be, especially in this game, to be very just sterile. The personalities are very on the same kind of spectrum. They're all like kind of nice, goody two-shoe type of people. They might be a little bit more mischievous. They might be a little bit more gremlin. You know, but they're all just nice, good people kind of thing. Right? I find the visuals on the characters, like a lot of people probably really like, I find it just to be kind of dull. Everybody just over accessorizes, and it's all about the shoulders and the legs, and there's not a whole lot of like crazy different body types or fun type of characters. Svarog would be fun, but I mean, you just roll for his kid. He just pops up when you attack. I've been trying to get him, but I mean, he's a 5-star, so, or she's a 5-star. Svarog ain't even on the fucking list there. He just pops up. That's just the big robot guy. So I that's another thing. As on a gacha level, I don't find the characters to be like interesting to roll for. I mean, I like rolling. It's fun. It's addicting. Of course it is, right? I mean, it's gotta be. Everybody likes some kind of gambling element. It's just whether you let that like take over. I need to go to the bathroom now too. So yeah, those are problems. There's like production value here for sure. I think in this second half of the China story, it looks interesting. It kind of reminded me a little of Elden Ring shenanigans. Not as good, but like they're going for the quiet, windy city, abandoned with like a vista in the back kind of deal. Just like 1/100th of the scale and none of the exploration. But it's fun enough, I think, to run around in the dungeons. There's a lot of puzzles. They're not like complicated. They're puzzles you've seen in all sorts of games before, but they're quick and to the point. It's nice getting the loot. It's cool walking around corners trying to find shit. It's just like typical puzzle or dungeon crawling kind of, like a hallway dungeon crawler. I find it fun to run around and grab stuff, and then you get rolls. Rolls are a very fun reward to get, of course. Right? I like that. Everybody likes the lottery, but that's the main thing. And they do give you a lot of rolls, so that's nice. Even if you're not lucky, you're still gonna get a lot of characters to fuck around with if you want. Like I said, though, if you want to like really put together like a cool team of like a theme or something, like a fun. I mean, obviously you could do it towards the elements you need, but you just don't need that in the difficulty. But if you just want to do like a fun team like all MILFs or something, you can kind of do it, but you're not gonna have like a really You know, you're not gonna make like a really wacky team of fun characters. It's like they're all kind of samey. So NPC slop like Genshin? What do you mean, like pointless NPCs who talk for way too long about nothing? Yeah. Oh yeah. That's one of the bigger problems with the writing. It's so overwritten. I'm all for like nonstop writing and talking, but it's just I just don't find it terribly gripping most of the time. I don't think it's really doing a good job at like establishing settings and filling out the world or telling an interesting story with some of these side quests and these side characters and filler arcs. They kind of just blabber on about proper nouns and what they had for dinner that day and stuff like that, and it just has this way of being written that's just very long form. Yeah, it has a paid per word vibe. I mean, like I said, this game has room for like huge paragraphs on the bottom here for a reason. It is not very concise. They just go on and on. And I think that can be fine. I mean, you could have just long monologues of people talking. It's super, like Disco Elysium is just like extremely long monologues of people just saying shit, whether it's in his mind or outside of it. But it's like really interesting how it's written and like fleshes something out or explores some topic, right? Or in this, it's just fucking. It feels very like surface level. So. It depends on the arc. I think the companion quests tend to be some of the better stuff. That's what this is. You know, these will still have production value and usually not a whole lot of gameplay mix-ups, but they'll throw in a few art assets and some fun things here and there. I think even some of the best ones that emotionally were somewhat interesting, I feel like Adol's was kind of cool by the end. Still has filler shit and random NPCs that'll just blabber on about something you forget about 2 seconds later, but like these tend to be the better stuff. I just think that they're very bad at pacing, very bad about filler, very bad about writing, engaging writing, whether it's stylistically, you know, like it's just interesting prose or something, or like the content is actually interesting, right? Like they're just bad about all that kind of stuff. Like I said, the IPC thing where they were taking over the planet was probably the most interesting thing because it was paced pretty quick, had a bunch of different perspectives, was an interesting thing that had to do with sci-fi. It was still just kind of a, you know, evil corporations doing a thing, but like I think because it was like a limited little event almost, it was almost like they were forced to not have it be like the usual, and it ended up being a bit more interesting. I mean, they bungle it. They don't explore the theme or, you know, go all the way with it. You know, you get this like small feeling of like a nihilistic, you know, sci-fi future, but then it just kind of disappears. But yeah, there's definitely a paid by word kind of feel to it. I mean, I don't doubt that there's some creativity here, that they did want to flesh out an actual world and some passion behind it, but whoever the writers are, or maybe they didn't, and it's just but yeah, whoever the writers are, man, yeah, it's just I had to tone it down a bit, man. Like, you can still have 100 hours of like dialogue, you just make more interesting situations instead of spending all your time on one of them, right? Like, I play 100-hour plus RPGs that are mostly dialogue all the time, right? Like, it's just kind of it's kind of a by hours thing. That's another thing too, is like I've been on this game what, like 50-60 hours or something. I've been like 2 zones, 3 zones, right? Granted, each zone has a little bit of variety for sure. This one's had like a couple areas that are radically different. The second zone had like 2 big ones, but you know, you're playing like your Final Fantasies or Something like that, right? Like just as like a, yeah, that's just like a popular pick there. Hell, even fucking Sea of Stars recently. You're in an entirely new area with a new story every like hour or two. You know, I'm not saying that games need to be paced like that. I mean, Crossbow's great. I bring that one up a lot in this because of world building, but like, if you're looking for, but that's like that game actually has good world building and character stuff, right? Where I don't think this one quite justifies its like pacing and like lack of jumping between stuff. I mean, there's a lot of like, I think they introduced like little mini dungeons pretty often at a good pace. Like you're always exploring like a new little thing. A lot of those will be like asset flipped or similar aesthetics. They don't feel like a big departure, and they're all fed into like the same kind of story. So yeah, it kind of depends. Yeah, I definitely think that too, Minority. That's a good point. I find some of the more interesting stuff to be, and stuff I respect, that there is some kind of choice, that you do have some dialogue you can truly miss that's interesting, or a different way to complete like a quest here and there. And I like that the main character is in a blank slate. They tend to be more of like a gremlin. I think the localizers especially go way too hard on some of it. When I'm seeing like, do you not have phones, Blizzard memes, Among Us memes, pretty much just any meme you could imagine. When I'm seeing all that in the dialogue, I'm just like, okay, like, it's funny a little bit here and there, but like, it's really takes you out of it and hard to take any of it seriously when that's happening like all the time. I don't mind just like a happy, goofy adventure kind of feel, but I feel like they try to take it really seriously a lot of the time, especially with all this lore they write. So it's kind of at odds with that. Generally, I enjoy the goofy gremlin shit. I just think they could tone down how fourth wall it is at times. But that feeds into the choices, right? Those usually are choices or whatever you make, and a lot of them will feed back into obviously like relatively pre-canned lines. They'll just be like, what the hell did you mean by that? And then just go back into their usual spiel. It's better than Fake Go on that front. That's one of the worst fake choice games I can think of. But yeah, that's good stuff. And yeah, I haven't played Genshin, so I don't hear from many people that the story's like wacky in this one. I do hear that about Genshin though. Oh, is it? Yeah. I've heard that Genshin's gotten better recently, but I ain't played 100 hours to get good finally, right? So. Yeah, there's elements of the writing that are fine. Like I said, there's some funny stuff. I like the main character gremlin shit. I think, like I said, they go too far. That there is any choices at all in something like this where they don't want you to have, you know, it's not a role-playing game, right? This isn't like some immersive sim or some game where your choices truly, like, you know, are gonna warp what's going on. But I mean, honestly, that rarely happens anyway. So that there is a little bit of something's pretty good compared to its contemporaries, its other gotchas, right? Yeah, Minority. That seems to be the case. Genshin has a bit more characters I'd be interested in terms of like rolling and shit, but I don't know. I think after this especially, I'm gonna take a chill. I think if there's any gacha I might jump into, it'd be like Limbus, just because if I play the other two games, I'd want to try Limbus. The thing is with Genshin is like, while it has probably more interesting exploration, I can't imagine it's more than just kind of checklisty, like Ubisoft type of shit, but like a little better. Like, I don't know though, maybe. Like, this game has pretty whatever exploration. Like I said, it's fun getting chests, it's fun going to dungeons, there's like little puzzles and fights. it's cool, but it's still just kind of like a hallway branching kind of game, like a typical JRPG. But like, I don't know if like Genshin's like really super interesting. Does it have like really interesting systems where you can like experiment? Like in Breath of the Wild, it works because it's like emergent gameplay, right? There's a bunch of dynamic systems that work together, like shooting arrows attracts lightning, and that could start a fire, and you can do all sorts of fun experimental shit like that. And they'll make puzzles and stuff kind of geared towards that sort of shit. It's like, does Genshin have any depth? Like, or is it just different ways that you're gonna like kind of like glide around or like do little puzzles or something? Like, I mean, it's probably still fun, but like, I don't know if it would be enough to have to put up with like a worse story than this. Like I said, there's elements of this I don't hate. I don't think overall the story's just like horrible. I said it's a roller coaster. I think it can be abysmally boring, especially the main story, but it's got its moments in the side stuff, some of the choices, the main character. It's not a character with like a lot of depth, but it's at least like, see, that's my thing, is like, it's always when you're comparing it to other gachas, right? The main character's pretty cool because she actually has a personality and you have like choices to make them more jokey or not. But like compared to just like any other ass game, it's like, it's not really anything special, right? I always have to remember, like, am I just comparing it to like Fate, Go, and gachas, or am I comparing it to like other games? And it just doesn't stand up when you compare it to like even just a 50-hour RPG, right? But yeah, not all fucked, but I do think that's some good points for sure. I would just do Limbus because the other games are supposed to be cool, so I imagine I'd want to play Limbus. Right, and they're coming from literally like a set of games that weren't gacha originally. I don't know how it turned into a gacha, that series, but... or if I don't understand something about the story. But, yeah, that's another thing with this story that's a problem. Too many characters. And that's a gacha problem. That pulls back into gacha. The stories can be very formulaic in that the beginning is going to be every 20 minutes introducing a new character and then just dropping them off the map, never to be seen again, or put in a side quest. You see them come in, get their quirky personality, they show their legs and their armpits off for a while, and then you want to roll on them and rinse repeat for the next 20 characters. Or some aloof, you know, honk dude's going to come in and you roll for him, and they'll take their like 2 characters and focus on them each time, like the diviner and the general in this one. I guess Tiny Gun, her arc was dog shit. I don't know why there was like a fucking whole hour after, like, it just cuts after all the big fights in this, and then you just go on an hour-long like funeral thing for Tiny Gun, who the fuck even was she? We didn't even know the real her. She's not even dead. She's like possibly alive, but she has like a funeral for like an hour after the story. It's just paced and segued so oddly. Everything feels like it's a new fucking, like a different writer just jumped in and made like a new chunk of story and just inserted it. Odd. Geronimo. Oh, the Native American guy. Yeah. I mean, it's a gacha problem. That's another thing. Like I said, you know, I have fun with the gameplay in this, but it is held back by gacha. Like I said, it's too long form. It's stretched thin. Systems come in way too late. No content can be made expecting you to have certain stuff in the main story. Unless they were wanting to make it really pay to win, or they gave you a bunch of freebies. You know, stuff like messing with your equipment is really grindy in RNG and stuff. Like, you're not messing with those systems very often because it's just gotcha, right? I mean, it's made to be played daily. It's made to be grinded. It's meant to take forever. It's meant to make you roll on characters, and then that feeds into parts of the story. And RPG systems are fucked with there. So, gotcha it might seem like one of those things to some people where the gacha's not really like, it's so generous and it's great and it's not a big deal, but it's like you can still see it seep into like most parts of the game. It's just not as bad as most gacha about it, right? Like it's still there. There's still all sorts of stuff that would be better if it's fun enough despite being a gacha, right? It's not fun because it's a gacha. It's held back by any gacha. Now I don't think if this game wasn't a gacha, it would be like all of a sudden a great game. Like I said, I think the writing, the characters, all that stuff would be really having a hard time. I think if you had like a 8 party, 8 to 10 character party or something, and you could swap them in and out in the middle of fights and stuff, like a Dragon Quest or some shit, and play off of like, cool combos and elemental. Yeah, exactly. But like I think you could do cool stuff like that. Gear comes more often and is more extreme. I do think the gear and the stuff in this has actually got pretty big effects and a lot of combo potential with the craft essences or light cones in this game. It's the same system as Faco. You have a card and it's your gear. So this just has more than Faco. So I think you could have like an actual like fun system where you're swapping dudes in and out and playing around with comboing like certain ultimates and stuff. Or be able to swap your teams more readily and have them more like actually available. But overall I still have fun with the combat. I think it gets a little samey after playing it for like 60 hours because there's only like one ability a character. But I think the presentation and the speed of it makes up for a lot of that. I'm sure a lot of the fun is like endgame team comp grind type of shit, which is cool, but that's essentially like a huge grind and it's just for its own sake. That's a very like gacha live service kind of goal. Don't doubt it's fun, but I could go play something that has that during the actual like story and all the interesting stuff, so like why not do that instead? Like what? I'm not gonna grind just for the fucking sake of like finally seeing like 2-party combat for like 2 dungeons or something in this. I mean, not dungeons, they're just gonna be battle simulators. I do think like stuff like the roguelike is cool. I think it's a neat idea to put that in your game and spice it up. For that matter, I do think there's a lot of variety of like ways you can jump in and fuck around. It's not like Fate Go where you just pick one node, or you either do the story, do the limited event grind, or just pick a node and grind. This like I could go do node grinding, you do have like actual side quests you can go do and companion quests and stuff. You can go explore all the areas and get all of the chests. You can go off and do the roguelike. You can go do challenge fights. I mean, they end up all kind of simple, right? A lot of it's just fights. A lot of it's simple exploration. But there's at least like some variety of like ways to interact with the game. I could see how you might get addicted and want to like level everything up and go through all the challenges. And they have a lot of sub-objectives and stuff. But I just don't find it deep enough pull to want to do it just for its own sake. It's just a nice way while you're kind of like moving through stuff to kind of keep things spicy and to try different shit. Like in any other game. Like there's just side activities, there's mini games, there's things to kind of break the pace, there's things to go explore. And but like, I'm probably not going to do that post game a whole lot. Yeah. I wonder how much more story Genshin has, man. Like, if you guys could put, like, I don't know if there's an hour. It's probably hard to put an hour amount on main story. Like, is it like twice as much? 3 times as much? It's been out for 3 years. So this game, that's another thing too, is this game is affected by live service. There's no resolution to the story. There's barely any like building of the meta story. You get a little bit with Kafka and her like side quest a little bit. Five times as much? Holy. No way. I'm sure it's cool when you're up to date, but goddamn. So yeah, this is held back by that too. The live service. You know, for playing for 50, 60 hours, there's, you know, it's going for a more episodic thing. But, you know, you just gotta wait, right? There's no resolution. They might never have resolution because it's made to be, you know, something that sells waifus and shit, right? You don't want to just end it. Although you could do it at MMOs, do an end in art, right? So I feel like they'd probably do that. Doesn't have a skip button. I usually didn't skip dialogue in this. I would really briefly glance over some of the side quest stuff at worst. It sucked that you couldn't forward the voices though. A lot of the time you had to wait for the voices to play out. I don't know if it was voices or because there's like animations going on or what. But yeah, so it has live service problems, right? I could go like I could go play a 40-50 hour game, get a whole story with arcs and everything, or I could play this for 60 hours and have nothing resolve, nothing happen, nothing build up. And I mean, a long form story that's told over bazillions of games and stuff isn't a problem. And like MMOs do it, like it works really well in FF14. It has a very similar format to this, but it is something where if you are looking for some kind of resolution, okay, a certain kind of pacing, like the live service is gonna suck it. Well, I've been talking about it for like 30 minutes. You'll have to catch up or just infer. It's a roller coaster. I think it's atrociously boring a lot of the times, especially in the story, but sometimes the exploration and the combat's fun on like a monkey level. I don't like the characters at all, both visually and story-wise. And I think the gacha part hamstrings it too hard. Big Booba boss waifu? Like the last boss? The Big Booba boss waifu? Oh wait, there was a boss in between. It was a moose. Forgot about that guy. The boss every 10 hours. What's up, Sam? Yeah, big streak. The streaker. It's okay though. I think for a gacha, it's solid. I think for just like a normal ass game, I don't think this would make any waves. If this was released as a normal game. Yeah, I like how they introduce her. They act like the tiny gun thing's any kind of interesting twist. I already thought she was going to be a bad guy because they way overdid it with the fucking foreshadowing. But then like they act like I care because I don't have any emotional connection to Tiny Gun. I'm like, who the fuck even? She just followed us around and just fucking was like a peanut gallery occasionally. And so they make her like evil and you're just like, okay. And then like they don't do anything with that character until you fight her as a boss. Right? The general. And I'm like, Jesus, dude. It feels like they're just ripping off Ouroboros from fucking Trails, but like with no depth. Like the characters aren't interesting at all. Because they do that plot twist in the fucking, the first 2 Trails games, man. But at least it's an interesting character who's like, some kind of charisma. And there's like a hidden, like, there's like a, you know, secret society. But the thing is, like, there's secret society in that. In this, it's just literally the pawns of Batman, right? And they like I feel like it's just monster of the week. Like she had nothing. She was just some big titty chick that we just beat up. Yeah, that's my thing. Is like it's like a crossbow. You're just in one city, man, but you're like you want to like read everything, right? It's like super low scale and stuff, but it's like I don't know. They just got pacing down. All right, here's the and okay, what do we got here? So this is so we were comparing, talking about Genshin a little bit. So this is all the story there is right now. Oh wait, there's minutes. I can barely read. Blurry ass photo. Oh man, bot. Yeah, this is if you're actually just moving through it probably at a steady clip. So it's like 40 plus hours of story. Yeah, we're just kind of wrapping up Lord Frost. I've been sitting on this text box for like 30 minutes. We're just talking about the game. So what did I not cover? I guess we talked about visuals and presentation. I think they do a good job with like nice camera angles and the fights and stuff. The presentation's generally pretty good in those, and I think it makes the combat more fun. It's snappy and stylish and to the point. I mean, it's not like Persona or anything, but it's solid enough. And they tend to have some good music. There's a lot of variety of music in this too, which I appreciate. I don't think there's a whole lot of bangers, but I think they do a good job of having like some kind of motif to like each zone, or at least genre variety. It keeps it spicy. You know, every zone's gonna have a few battle songs, stuff like that. So I think the music sometimes is writing a check the rest of it can't cash, but not like God or anything. But in terms of like presentation, I mean, it's made for phones at the ground level. It has to be on phones, right? So it's not like crazy high fidelity, but they make it work with the more stylized anime art. I think some of the areas are just kind of like whatever, are not super creative. I think there's some standouts. Like I think the second half of China here is cool. I don't think there's a whole lot of cool stuff in the second chapter. It's kind of just like FF7 or something, but with like England. I think they draw far too much from reality for my taste. It's probably just easier. What if real place, but with sci-fi tubes or something, right? It's like the Pokemon way of doing it. I think on a technical level, the PS5's been pretty bad. I don't know what the fuck happened. It's clearly like a fucked port. It dips into this dynamic resolution all the time. I don't know what's going on. There's no way the PS5's not strong enough to run this game. There's people with worse computers than this PS5 that apparently run the game better than me. Like, you just look at a big open area and the resolution dips to like 480p, man. So there's just something wrong with this port. It makes all the China areas look like shit because everything's super blurry and the frame rate tanks. But otherwise, I mean, there's no crashing or glitches or anything. Or there's some funny glitches, but not like game-breaking ones. But usually I wouldn't bring up the technical stuff, only when it's like an actual problem. But yeah, it's odd on the, I don't know, on the PS5. So there's only in the England area, the second place, only about 2 screens or so that have that problem. But in this place, there's quite a bit. Pretty much any area with like NPCs in a city, any area that's big, wide, and open. And I'm like, you had creative areas that were giant and massive, and like Xenoblade on the Wii, and I didn't have problems with that, right? So it's like, and it's not like it's that much different of a looker. I mean, a little bit obviously on resolutions, but it's odd. It must be just something with this port. Have noticed anything? Yeah. I'm sure on other platforms it's fine. I bet phone runs better. I don't think it's been a game breaker, but when I feel like some of the vistas are what they're trying to hinge on when it comes to keeping you into the environments and like the world, they kind of gets fucked. Oh yeah. There's times, I mean, when I'll open like a menu and my character will just like spin, or the camera will just spin, stuff like that. For that matter, I guess we could talk UI. I guess that's important. I think the phone UI is atrocious, and if they didn't just literally put exclamation points everywhere, you'd be fucked. But if they do a pretty good job at giving you tutorials and showing you where everything is, I think it could be a bit more concise. But I think they do a good job at holding your hand to let you know where everything is. It's not like an MMO, like an FF14, where you're just going to get lost in menus and never know where these menus are, and you're never going to find them again or something, unless you play a lot. So, I think it's, in parts, kind of fucked UI at times. But on the other hand, they kind of just hold your hand through it, so it's not a huge deal. I think stuff like being able to adjust your team comp off of the character menu would be nice, instead of having to go like separate menus and stuff. But definitely not into the phone thing, but at least they try to make it stylish instead of just like a soulless AAA menu. You're gonna rip Genshin apart? Is Genshin just real places with a twist? There's a reason like Game Freak does that, because it requires less brain power. You can just copy shit. It's better than Genshin. Yeah, I'm probably not gonna play Genshin. Yeah, real place but fantasy. In Pokemon's case, just real place, and then there's just Pokemon there sometimes. Or a JPEG. The thing is, Pokemon, you can't tell sometimes it's like real places because they're so bad at making like environments and fucking games in general. So you'd have like no idea. So it looks like something different. But then they start putting in like Spanish stuff and you're like, oh, this is supposed to be Spain, and they're just horrible at it. Still and shit. It's got mold. You like the story? Do you agree that the story takes a long time to get going? Minardi was saying that they like the story where it is now, but they wouldn't recommend going to it because it's a slog. I hope I'm not quoting that wrong. Apologies if I am. I've just seen that sentiment from like Cactus too. It's like a gets good 100-hour end type of story. That's kind of what I feel like about the second story in this Fasto. Is everybody was like gearing up for the boss in this. You know, like I thought the story in the ice place was just like kind of, it was standard. I don't think it was very good, but it was just like standard. But then it ends with a big like crazy over the top boss fight with like cool music and shit. I'm like, okay, this is why everybody likes this route. They just forgot about the whole story up to now. Like it's all about, it had a great like ender. I think the Bellabog story is better. I think it's paced better. It's more simple and to the point. It's just a caste system thing that they censored, which sucks. The underworld does not have as much suffering apparently as it used to. So I think that takes a little bite out of it. But it's a more straight to the point story. I still think it's way too drawn out and the characters are not delved into enough. But there's at least a little arc with Bronya and Steel. The mom just, I mean, it's just the head politician lady's evil. It's classic. You've seen it a million times. But like, it's at least is classic. At least it just gets to the point. I think this one gets bogged down in like perspective switches and introducing way too many characters and having way too many filler arcs for what's supposed to be a simple thing. Chase bad lady. Find out bad lady didn't do it. Chase the Stellarin. Find out the Stellarin's at the bottom of the root. Go to the roots and kill the Stellarin and the big titty lady. And like that's kind of the forward momentum of it. But like there's so many like little things that get in the way, like the alchemist area and all these Donhang perspective swaps and the blade shit, and it's like a lot of it just doesn't have any like meaning. And it'd be fine if the writing was just more interesting, or they brought up like new arcs of stories that we could weave into stuff, right? Like more questions we can ask. But like, and they kind of try to do that with like the Kafka shit, but it just doesn't go anywhere. It just feels like, ends up feeling like filler. Fontaine's its peak. Fate Fontaine's story, you're definitely a minority. I do hear the word Fontaine a lot. Samir and Fontaine, the two most recent regions, are both good / respectable. Cool. I mean, it's probably, I mean, I feel like a lot of gachas are this way. Where they start off like, you know, whatever, get really boring, and then they have some of their better shit later. Like, it's like Fate Go, right? Apparently. I thought almost all the Fate Go stories were fucking really boring, but it's supposed to be like, you know, it gets good at Lost Bell, you know, Camelot's pretty good, right? Camelot has like some good moments in it, but I don't know if is Fate Go writing worse or this shit, man. Fate Go has like more actual just writing nonstop. I think it depends on who's writing it. This all feels like it's by the same author. Fate Go, it's like, you can tell it's different people. Yeah, Fate Go has way worse gacha integration into the story. Where they're just like, hey man, you know, we gotta go do this thing and let's hang out for a little bit. Oh my god, we're being attacked, just so that you can use energy. And then it goes right back to being normal. I think Fate Go has, on average, way worse stories. But at least has some high points. I've heard Nikkei's story is pretty legit, especially recently. I mean, I'm down with the boobs and butts. Dude. Too degenerate. Come on, man. I can't play that shit in public. That's true. I do feel like though that there's this element to this, like the Genshin, Honkai, Mihoyo community where it's like people pretend to be like less degenerate, but every character's wearing a mini skirt with full legs and armpits and shit, and it's still a waifu rolling game at its core. It's like, yeah, it's like less degenerate, but I feel like it just kind of pretends. Like people can feel like they're more respectable, but it's like just as bad in the essence, right? It's just not like as I prefer how honest Nikkei is about it. I don't know, I hate all the fucking saccharine super sweet characters in this that are rolling around in like mini skirts and stuff. At least Nikkei's just, they just fucking throw the fucking asses out there, man. It's like the ads are just like dudes with their tongues out fucking going wild and shit. Like, it's, I at least appreciate the fucking honesty of it, man. I think this game tries to pretend to be not a waifu roller, but it is a waifu roller. I don't know, maybe that's just me. Same with like Fako, I mean it's just a fucking... They just got all sorts of different variety of characters and shit. Yeah. Yeah, no, I would definitely say Bellabog. I would say the story I was most interested in was the IPC thing. And that pre-event story. In terms of like big arcs. I mean, they bungled it by the end, but I thought that was actually interesting. I stopped when I actually got to the event. I'm tapped out, man. I've got like a week or two to do like Chained Echoes and maybe Potion Craft Simulator, so I'm just kind of doing a little discussion review with you guys here. I'm gonna do this quest because Cactus said it was important. I might do the rest of the beginning of the streamer event. And then that'll probably be it. I'm gonna take a break. Maybe come back for story, or maybe never play it again. I have no idea. I don't know for sure. Yeah, that's the one I'm really iffy on. I mean, I'm iffy on Chained Echoes too. But everybody and their mama, that isn't somebody I personally talked to, is like, it's one of the best JRPGs ever. I'm like, okay, I gotta know, man. Because if people are gonna keep bringing it up, I gotta know. I think I'm gonna get Sea of Stars again. I think I am. I think I'm gonna not like it as much as I'd hope. But I'm gonna try it. 8.5, gotcha. Yeah, a lot of people in Discord like dropped it, but like don't hate it. So I'm like, oh, I'll try it. But Potion Craft Simulator, like, people like it, but it seems like a game nobody gets past 10 hours in. Like, it just gets super grindy and repetitive. And they haven't done anything since early access. Interesting mechanics when they have no fucking clue what to do with them. Play some poorly made potion bordering mechanics and a garbage story mode, call it a day. Yeah, I've heard it just gets really grindy and too long. I might skip Potion Craft Simulator. If it was just a pure simulator, I would just play it for like 5 to 10 hours. But I feel like if it has a story, I'm gonna like want to finish it, and it's just gonna be horrible. You don't like the ending? I've heard the ending's not good. Thing is, people don't really talk about Potion Craft Simulator, so I don't have that element to pull me in. Like, it's not lauded as anything in particular. But anyways, I need to go to the bathroom. I don't want to keep chatting. I should have went to the bathroom before the stream. Yeah, so it's just mostly a gameplay game, which is fine, but the gameplay gets old like a third of the way in. It sounds like it's that other alchemy game I played. The town one. What was it called? I always forget. Potion Seller or something? It was really, that one really got fucking granny and old. And it's probably a little more interesting. An activity variety. But yeah, we'll talk more about this when I get back. I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be on my phone if you guys want to keep talking about this game. I mean, overall, I guess to just give you like a general idea, is I don't hate this one. I think for a gacha, it's solid. I think just compared to like a normal game, it's kind of just mediocre, and it's sometimes kind of bad. But there's some stuff they do here, like I said. Some of the, you know, a lot of JRPGs aren't good about like the speed of the combat. I think this is fine there. There's some production value, visuals that are kind of nice, cool music, stuff like that. They nail some of the presentation for some of the fight, like nice tutorials and and easing you into systems that make sense and stuff like that. But I don't know. I'm stretching it. Most of it. I'll be back. We can talk about it. I'll be in the chat. I'm not just shitting on it. And I mean, he's watched almost every minute of this playthrough. He knows the score. He knows what I think. I think it was worth doing. I think it's been really interesting to talk about.
俺はリュウソンの伝承の問題にここに来たのは剣木の封印を修復するためだ。
それならわしにあっても意味はないぞ。脱輪してからというもの、わしは探偵士で
But yeah,
勉強しかしておらん。
I don't know, it's been cool to talk about. I mean, you know, how much money these make. Kind of makes you wonder, like, you know, like why, right? Like, is it actually as good as the, you know, the amount of money it would make, or you know, what's the draw? Because the fan base is a lot more, you know, vocal. I mean, it's with like most gachas. You know, the gacha live service discussion's always really interesting. That it has a story that you guys can actually be somewhat interested in because it has cutscenes and stuff makes it, you know, interesting. Maybe it's a stream thing to talk about the story of it. There's a lot going on there. How it compares to a more like traditional game. What elements of like a more traditional game do they like pull? And what elements do they stretch or change to make it work with gacha? I mean, obviously, the most important thing is it's just like interesting or fun on its own, but even when it's not, it's like it's fun to talk about for those other reasons too. That's kind of why I did it. I was like, well, even if I hate it for some reason, you know, there's something to be had there.
この機会に昔話をしたいと思ったんだ。あなた。
ふむふむ。主は他の大人と違って正直で信用できそうじゃん。
そうだ。
なら、さ、
白露様？
関係。主はしばらくここで待っておれ。すぐに戻る。わしのことなら二人が守る。
Yeah, and it's kind of fun, just like, you know, why is that, right? I think the timing of Genshin was big. I think the kind of game they released in an environment that is mostly cheap 2D battlers was big. That this is like a cutscene 3D, like, you know, this is more like a Tales game. It feels more like a Tales game, right? Most of those are mediocre, but this feels like a as mediocre or less Tales game. But like that's not something you usually see in gacha. So you put in the gambling, you put in the waifus, you make it free, you rip off Breath of the Wild, put it on every platform, and it just goes buck wild. We were talking that before. It's like I feel like the reason Star Rail exists is obviously because of Genshin, the money and stuff, but I imagine a lot of people only tried this because of Genshin. Well, I'm talking more Genshin in general, but yeah, I mean this too. I imagine, I mean, this is one of those, it's not quite Blizzard, but it is that kind of like old school, like Goodwill, right? Like, oh, it's the same style and the kind of, you know, writing and the waifus, and I think it also helps that these games aren't like obviously degenerate right off the bat. So people absolutely will wail and get into them because of a more degenerate type of gacha mentality. But it doesn't seem like it off the bat, which I'll like. I imagine if this game truly had a lot of like TNA right off the bat, like really blatant, that wouldn't have helped. I think this game tries to pretend it doesn't have it, but that's what most people are like interested in still. Same with like Genshin. I definitely I'm just surprised that nobody had done like a semi-big budget, like traditional type of game in the gacha world at that point. I guess the idea is, you know, it's mobile, so you're always trying to be like cheap and make like a quick buck. Like Fate Go's probably fucking cost like a few dollars to make a month or something. I mean, other than the raw voice acting that they're like 20-hour stories each chapter take, like I can't imagine there's a whole lot of budget going into Fate. That's why I say, you know, I feel like I can't speak for Genshin exactly, but you know, it's better than your average gacha. I don't think it's better than your average game by any means. I wouldn't recommend it to people, but I think it does something for that particular platform. I like Welt. I mean, they don't have like characters. If that's what you're wondering. Like, I mean, they barely have personalities. He's a fucking Honkai Impact character apparently, who got like teleported into this world. But right now he's just essentially the sage, like your senior essentially on the train. He's not like the head of the train, but he's like the right hand. He's just supposed to be the smart, wise, experienced kind of dude. And he just uses like a staff. He's cool. He's got some fun shooting lines. George Oniki looking ass. He's probably... I enjoy his like ultimate and stuff. Because he's got like the fucking the tuning lines. But he's just, I mean, they barely have personalities. I mean, they have like a personality and like a quirk kind of, but I mean, there's not really much depth to him. I mean, some characters in each arc get a little bit, like Bronya, and then Don Hang just got a little, but like it barely has anything to do with his like character. He just has some circumstances he's got to like obstacle over a bit. Well, this is the first time he's even been a part of like the ground party, and he's, I mean, and being a part of the ground party in this is just essentially being a peanut gallery member. They talk a lot and like help make plans, but not really a whole lot happens with them. But he's fine.
どうやら粒子たちはわしがこの役目をこなせないことをずっと前から知っておったようじゃな。
His gameplay is fun. I mean, he's probably my best damage. Just a lot of slows and turn delays and shit. And goofy black holes and stuff that he summons with his staff. Oh, is she in Impact as well? I know the Lucha guy is. Oh, Bronya. Well, isn't Bronya supposed to be a fucking like saber face or whatever? Still is kind of obscenely strong. Like, isn't Bronya and Silverwolf have the same face? NBA or whatever. Bronya's from Impact. I don't wonder if that was the right call, tying this to a game that nobody gives a fuck about. Instead of just going completely separate. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. You play it without knowing. It's just gonna be multiverse shenanigans, I guess, which is doesn't matter.
しかしタンフーは儀式にし
どうやら奴は自分勝手に治療法を変えてしまうやぶ医者
Yeah, yeah. I'm like, I think Cactus has been playing a little bit through it. He says it's pretty rough, but I have no intent. I'd have to care about this for me to care about getting the backstory, right?
剣木の封印を修復する機
I
会
think Cactus said the Luocha
あ
guy
な
is
たと
like
俺の記憶を呼び起こ
the
せるか試したい
antagonist of Honkai Impact, or one of them. Or some shit, or he looks the same.
若木の蘇生樹下の才を止めるため枯海の水よ竜尊が命ずるここにて玄魂を沈めたまえおかしい封印を解いた時と違って反応がない
どうかしたのか？難しい顔をしておるが。
若木の蘇生樹下の才を止めるため
若木の蘇生樹下の才を止めるため枯海の水よ竜尊が命ずるここにて玄魂を沈めたまえこの妙な感覚は
よくやったあなたは己が本物の竜尊であることを証明したんだ封印を修復した時何か思い出したか
Yeah. Yeah. I wish that Welt would be more refreshing, yeah, in this gang of like fuckboys and gremlins and just fucking generic waifus. He's just kind of there, man. Like I said, I enjoy his like gameplay. He's funny when he says Seitoshi. But I just don't think anybody has enough depth. Which is like, I wouldn't even mind if they didn't have much depth on a gacha level if they were just more interesting up front, right? Like there's a lot of characters in Fate Go that aren't interesting, but they're like cool to look at, or they're like, oh, it's a Gorgon or something, right? You know, like it's like, at least it's like different, right? I mean, that's maybe not the best example, but you get all sorts of goofy shit, or you could like laugh about how they're related to some historical character. It's like there's so many characters I don't even know their names. They're just like a different color of like the same skeleton of waifu. I'm not saying some fake goes some gold standard, but at least I was like interested in rolling on shit. I looked through every character in this and I'm like, damn, I don't even want any of these. After I got like what I did. I mean, I'd want Svarog. He was cool, but I mean, you don't even get Svarog. You get his like barefoot fucking kid, and he's just there. Which is fine too, she's cool, but it's kind of funny. It's not even just on like a, well, I just want monsters and big dudes. Even on a waifu level, they're all really samey. And I think that's, some people really like that, like you really buy into that. Like it's not like obviously it's degenerate or anything off the bat. What's the most popular kind of characters out there? Probably pure, normal, with some quirk type of characters, right? And then you got a shitload of Fujo babe. But I think personally I find it less interesting. I'm probably the type to prefer just raw degeneracy at this point. That's why the ZZZ characters looked a bit more interesting. I think they're actually trying to do something different there, but God knows if that game's going to be any good. I mean, I was all for it if the characters were actually interesting in game, right? But I just don't think their personalities don't pick up any slack.
守るの間違いじゃろ。わしがいる限り主らには傷一つつけさせ。
Yeah, I think there could be some more enemy variety and stuff. And like I said, I think the gacha hampers the back end customization. It makes it take too long and too many mats, and you're not really adjusting things on the fly in a really fun way, and you're not swapping characters out. Only probably after you play bazillion years do you. But in terms of just being in here, like the break system, the simple kind of like balancing of resources, like turn order manipulation, but not to the point where it's like broken, right? Or you just kind of mess with it a little bit, and like snapshot buff timings. There's like a little bit of everything. I think it gets maybe a little too simple after a bit, but like there's enough going on there that I think the combat stayed pretty fun. And it's like fast. I don't... Like if you're looking for like depth or the next level of like JRPG combat, probably not, but... And I mean, some of it might just be the characters I rolled, right? I mean, I do have like Bronya who can manipulate turn orders, and well slows down dudes, so that fucks with turn orders, and that's kind of fun. But they'll never let this game be broken, right? Like if you could break the game, it would get rid of reasons to like whale certain content possibly, or use that as like a way to get over whaling, or it would make one character so strong everybody'd roll on them and not care about rolling for gameplay otherwise. So like it's balanced for sure. But if you do want to like have a system where you really enjoy breaking the combat and it's just super dynamic and there's all sorts of crazy shit you can do, this doesn't have that much legs. It's like clean, fun balance, but if you're looking for some spice on that front, I don't think it's probably there. But I kind of think that kind of just depends on what you're up to. Overall, I'd say the combat's solid. It would actually be pretty sweet if you could actually swap dudes in and out and swap comps on the fly a bit more. Like if this was an actual game and not a gacha game. Like tag-ins and weird shit. But I mean, it's not like too dissimilar from your average. It's still like I'm just picking a dream team of 4 for the story. I've seen the 3 stacks, the super smack. Yeah, I mean, I don't doubt there's, yeah, like your waiver Merlins or something in this. But it's not like a system where it's like I could manipulate the gear and everything to make really cool broken combos and stuff and really flex my mastery of it. Like there's only so much you can do. There's probably some busted characters. Yeah, you're talking about the AoE version of his skill, or is there one beyond? I'll have to try. Yeah, I mean, I don't know the full extent too. I mean, that's the thing though, is like if there is super broken characters, I mean, then you have to gacha them, right? And the game's not designed around it, and it's all sorts of mess. I mean, Don Hang, you can't even get him, right? He's a limited 5-star. He's not even available anymore. Which is funny.
そなたが勝手に硫化妙法を用いてそなたの親友たちが力を合わせて竜を殺していなければ、おそらく剣木の封印も竜尊としてそなたは我らを輪廻の苦境から離脱させ、新たな道に
He's just like re-explaining Don Hang's entire story, or Don Frame's.
そなたは虚名
We
にとら
know.
う。今回の族内審判は最後の機会だ。そなたが作り出した薬竜こそ、
ああ。タンフーは竜祖の普及の力に執着していて、竜の形をした巨大なものを先週の英雄は、周りを見ろ。お前はもう転生した。ここに残っているのは
ありえない。我は
この親衛はこのもの。寿命族は優れた種族で、その中でも自分はタンフーはこやつらに硫化妙法の秘密を教えていないと。
ここにとどまる必要はない。あの刺客たちは訓練された雲銀の術で姿を隠しているが、結局はこの親衛は過去が残した反響。それを集めて反響親衛を探しながら。
Oh, yeah. Well, the side quest has some stuff going on at least. Yeah, well, is there anything that you guys wanted to talk about on this I missed? I might just call it after this quest since we've kind of did the whole spiel. We'll see. Like I said, I'm fine with leaving some stuff if I do come back. We'll have a little bit of rolls I could earn.
この声は覚えておる。前任の短視長じゃ。
また新しい言い訳ですか？今回あなたを連れ出したの
Yeah,
は
like I said, I mean, in general,
タンフ様。
I think for a gacha game, I can see why they're popular. They're probably relatively a cut above your average gacha, at least in production value and stuff like that. But I still just find overall, like, despite some high points, it just, compared to the time you'd spend in just like any other like average game, just kind of be like a lesser experience. And the free thing doesn't matter to me. It's hamstrung by its monetization a bit. Oh, do we have to get caught up on the actual story, do the streamer thing? I assume those are just like on the side. I mean, if I want to be fully caught up, I could do that. I just figured that's a limited event. I could just do it whenever, because it seems pretty separate. The one about the IPC seemed like it was almost required. I just don't know the formula in this, right? I mean, it was... Yeah, but it's also an orange quest instead of a gold quest. But yeah, I mean, overall I just find just comparing it to even just your average JRPG just is kind of on par with that or just kind of less. And then it's hamstrung by gacha monetization problems and design, right? Like characters being introduced every 20 minutes and too long form of back-end RPG stuff and trickling story out. And being made for phones at the base level, so there's some problems with fidelity and scope and stuff. I don't think it's like somehow putting the gacha somehow on par with like any of the great. I get why people like it. I mean, I got why people liked it before. It doesn't take a rocket scientist. But I'm not knocking people for enjoying it. That's kind of where I stand with it. Everything as it comes out, yeah. I started the streamer story last night, but I figured I'd just save it. I thought it was kind of more side shit.
寿命族は輪廻することはできても命を生み繁殖することはできない。このままではいつか私たち高貴なる龍脈の種族は滅び長い間ずっと何の成果もなタンフ様、あなたが龍華妙法に与えた変化は荒れ狂う薬竜を作り出しました。これまで私の繁栄に対する認識は凡人の想像に縛られて流血に眠る力を呼び覚まし、異なる種族の血脈に竜種たちは見る目がなく、あなたの天賦の
今の話、
龍華妙法には寿命族を輪廻から解き放ち繁栄させる秘密があるようだ。だが具体的なことは俺にはわからない。
I mean, I don't mind them coming back and re-exploring like some of the characters and stuff. I mean, I thought the IPC thing was more interesting than most of the arcs in this until the end of it. So I wouldn't be surprised if I liked the streamer thing a bit more. I'm just kind of running out of time on some of these Game Pass games. I'm kind of deciding if like I just save some of the side stuff, but I'd planned on getting caught up with the story, so I guess I could. If they're gonna make me actually do that to do the next chunk of story. I also feel like the quality of these main stories, having them be split up over like 4 months or something is pretty rough, man. Like, it works okay in FF14 because I actually like am into the story, but I feel like if I had the half of this and then I had to do the other half like 4 months later, that would be kind of shit. I think there was like a marked improvement in like visuals and stuff in the second half of this, so maybe the gap there helped on that front, but can't say I'm much into the splitting of episodic stuff. I'd almost rather the episodes just be shorter in different areas. I mean, if it's funny, I'm fine. I mean, maybe that's where some of the side content would shine, is shit that's just taking the piss. Figure has a lot of stuff like that. I didn't read a lot of them because I was usually there for the rewards, but stuff like GBF, it seems more interesting when it's taking the piss out of itself than anything. Meaning like joke art or self-contained little stories.
あの刺客たち、大胆にも聖地である林苑峡に押し入って 皆様を追い詰めるなんて。ご安心ください。幸い皆様は天に守られたようでほっとしました。
資格。俺たちは険しいとは言ったが、
それはほら、私たちは私場でも一度襲撃にあったでしょ。混乱してしまって。
ふむ、関係の話によればこの前の資格は単行。
あなたたちに何も起こらなかったせいで。
つまり粒子たちに言われて
この件は私個人の判断で実行したこと。粒子たちは関係ありません。
We just finished talking for an hour and a half about the game. I'm spent. No, I'm never spent. But we are kind of focusing back in on this quest now. Kind of more or less did like a little review. I was gonna wait, but people were shooting the shit, talking already, so kind of spewed it all out. Now we're just doing the Dawn Hang thing, and then I do the streamer thing. I'll probably stop after that.
排除されるべきでしょ。白露様、私たちの主従関係はここまでです。さようなら。
She's a bitch.
この地下戦輪は権限した。総理、世を注が。天候の荒波。さあ、飲め。
Die. Oh, I have to use her. Hopefully they auto level her. I've barely touched her.
天候の荒波。
よいしょ。私が守る。
使うつもりはなかった。天候はさあ飲め。戦輪は権限した。総理、世を注が。
間に合ったかな。
Oh, the general's here. I didn't know people could just jump into the middle of the fight.
援軍？私がその援軍だ。
この力が騒いでいる。天候の荒波。
He is the reinforcement.
私に続く。
バトラー。
倒してやろうか、トリア。見せてやろう。強炭の薬よ。助かった。ありがとう。
使うつもりはなかった。天候の荒波。さあ飲め。
I'm guessing he can do some pretty juicy snapshots with his super attack there.
この力がさ天候の荒波。
Why do they always think they could win in like a test of power?
あと少しだったのに。
粒子たちは自分たちの企みが誰にも知られていないとでも目を覚ますんだ。流女に手を出すことは。
今回の件は私一人で計画したこと。
もう少し手間を省こうか。運気が君をいい
え、死ぬのは構いません。
わしが粒子たちにとって今日、奴らはわしを排除するためな。
全ての寿命族が悪意を持っているわけではないさ。もし不安なら
気を使わせてすまぬな、将軍。
分かった。では私は私場で待っていよう。
寿 寿命族には両親がい
I
ない
didn't even know she was a big deal before this fucking
生まれ
story.
た後は指導役がつき、幼い寿命族に運銀の術やさまざまな
A little
生
bit.
活の知識を教えるわけじゃが、
A big deal with amongst the dragon people. I mean, I guess she only had like one quest before this, and then she appeared for 2 seconds before that. I don't even know if she had to do her quest before this one.
炭鉱
It
主
felt pretty
にこのよう
separate.
な死はおったか？
寿命族の伝統のことを言っているのなら、俺にそのような経験はない。断片的な夢で見るのは、かつて一戦を交えた者たちばかりだ。
わしは物心がついた時から竜士たちにあれこれするよう指図され、知っておるか？主はわしがずっと待ち望んでいた死に似ておる。前世
タンフーの友人か愛弟子だったということか。もしかしたらあなたには肩書きがあってもリュウソンの力はなかったから、遅かれ早かれ面倒ごとに巻き込まれるのではない。
封印を修復するために教えてくれ。
林炎教の親衛は、タンフーは勇敢な戦士でありながら、あなたが持っているのはリュウソンとしての力であり、封印を修復して根を結ぶ生命力だ。
そう考えるとタンフーも
そうかもしれないな。
さて、そろそろ医者市場に戻らねば。
Right.
封印は終わった。
Yeah, like I said, if anybody wants to shoot the shit about something, there's some element of the game you guys liked or want to discuss, or disagree with all my takes, or something you're looking forward to, or just want to talk gacha or live service or whatever, feel free. I mean, it's always open floor, but, you know, as we start to wind down, might have less people to bounce off of if anybody's looking for a conversation. That'd just be me.
すでに追放令が解除された。しばらくは竜士たちも手を出しては
Heard
来
me
ない。
fucking wax on all fucking day.
これは炭鉱殿が故郷に戻るいい機会だと思うが。
Fuck the homeland, dude.
俺は七死人だ。それに、
Oh, do I have a Jingli quest too? And this one was important for Don Hang and for the Gremlin. Did I already do that one? I mean, I did the jingly one with the Chinese boy. Oh, here it is. I'd have to pick it up.
招待された身じゃと。それで列車はい車掌？あの帽子をかぶってものんびりした様子を見るにしばらく。しかし列車、そう考えるとここが気に入った。さも誤解を咲かさずりこちを裁縫。
I mean, it's pretty obvious who it's for. How the hell would I show this fucking bunny?
俺はずっとここで掃除。おい、怖いこと言うんじゃない。どうしていつもそれで、招待状のようじゃが、
What's the lore on Pom Pom, dude?
先週ラフに
The fuck is where is he from?
友達がおったのか。確か永久追放された
Where'd
と
they
言っ
get
てお
the
ったが。
train? Did he come with the train? Did they hire him after? There are races other than just humans? Where's the non-human planet, bro? Can't put them in a gotcha, I guess.
そんなわけないか。直接炭鉱に見せてみた。
Oh, there he is.
どうした？俺に何か用か？差出人は書かれておらず、残念ながらこの者を失望させることになったかな。気持ちはありがたいが、まだ俺自身も
He
事態を
probably
把握
doesn't
してい
care
ない
either, man. Why does everybody care so much about forcing this man to do shit? He's not even the same dude.
この手紙は俺が預からせてもらう。やはりそう単純なことではなかったが、これがあいつからの新作府に行って軽減に性格ハンターの動向を確認してみるとしよう。
Oh.
It's
Chinese boy.
ここの殺気は言ってみただけだ。そう警戒せずともよい。だが軽減の手配した同行人があの小僧とは。
炭鉱先生、どうしてここへ？
邪魔をしてすまない。将軍に用があって。
もしあの時の捜査で僕が早まって手を出して。
いや、それは不要だ。お前は
あいにく将軍様は用務があって出かけてるの。ただ立つ前に将軍様がある伝言を残した。
No.
いや、知らないな。
そう、彼女のことを忘れたんだ。あの方は泉州ラフの前代剣主渓流様。あなたの前世陰月君とは生死を共にする仲だったの。戦時の公文書によると、彼女の剣の前に倒れた北条の民は
Hey,
数えきれない
thanks for the fucking lore drop.
増翼者の
What do
上
you
も
ask?
堀人の不老も山ほど高かった基準でさ
Oh,
え
the feather guards of the Wingweaver, the father wolf of the Borisin, and the gigantic
当
mecha
時はそ
beast.
れはもう名を馳せてたの。でもそれも大昔のこと。残念ながらそれほどの英雄でさえ魔音からは逃れられなかった。魔音に落ちた渓流様は狂い、
She's just standing there with her, getting this massive
逃
dump.
亡した重罪人になったと言われてる。本来彼女ほどの腕があれば誰にも捕まらないんだけど、ただその条件として審判を受ける前に自由が一日欲しいと言ってきたんだ。林延教将軍様が用務で離れる前、私たちにある任務。
来たか、陰月よ。せっかくだ。もっと近くに来て。それとも今世の名でよ。
Maybe they should have made you have Don hang too. Looks ridiculous.
我が泉州を離れる時、こう聞いた。奴らがお前の鱗と角を奪い、強制的に転生。もう陰月君は存在しないと思っていたが、我がラフに帰ってみると、
俺たちは知り、
知っていると思う。我の推測が正しければ、粒子たちは龍脈が途絶えるのを惜しみ、
昔話をするために来たわけではないのだろう。
先ほど寿命族の娘から我がラフに戻ったのは、同盟にただ審判を受ける前に一日の軽減は昔から優しいやつでな。お前を呼ぶと聞いたら。
ということは列車に届いた手紙。
ああ。
海弱玉を隠さず、理領明月を吐く。けど僕のような容疑者を相手に枷もかけず牢にも入れないとは。このような場所に連れてきて。
あそこは厄介事が多すぎる。これ以上問題を増やすべきではないと思う。
安全を考慮ね。
正確の降臨、剣木の蘇り、そして壊滅の指令が天白氏の節都市に成り代わっていたこと。天白氏の調査によると、君は正体と一緒にラフを訪れたが、滞在していた数日間、誰とも貿易活動を行っていな。君は騒ぎに乗じて優秀国に忍び込んだが、何もしていない。そして今、性格の災いに怪しい。どう考えても妙だ。
僕は行商人として頼まれたものを送り届けたまでさ。その裏に隠された事情までは知らない。自首をしたのだって罰を受けるのが怖かったからさ。いくら星の
海行商人、羅刹殿は冗談がうまい。
The Eternity Fortress, the Shroudvale Stars Up.
それともあの舌を噛むような。
おお、さすが 新作将軍と呼ばれるだけのことはある。
Yes, I remember those
お
places.
互い様だよ。事前に調べておいた甲斐があった。
将軍殿が妙に思っているということは。
いいや、それは私が決めることではない。こたびの件は同盟を転覆させようとしたが、このひとときは人間境の家系を堪能するためのもの。
彼女から聞いたことがあるよ。数百年前、雲上の五騎士は貴殿の師であり絶世の剣技を誇る渓流。雲銀の術を有する陰月君タンフー。精査を巧みに操る飛行士白寿。そしてかの5人は魔を払い、数多くの伝説を残した。だが将軍殿が僕を優秀国から連れ出したのは安全のためじゃない。そう、これまでずっと話を避けてきたあの人物、将軍。
Jingly.
さて、そろそろ行くか。古地をいくつか巡り。
は？自分が観光客？
ああ、慣れなくもないぞ。小僧、そう浮かぬ顔をするな。そして陰月よ、お前には共に来てもらう。拒否はさせんぞ。
案内しろ。
さあ、どこから始める？海星港か、それとも構造。懐かしい日々があまりに多く、それらが頭の中を駆け巡る。だというのに先週人は年が1000を超えると日々山を背負いながら生き、まるで迷宮をさまよ。
場所を選ぶだけなのにそんなに難しいわけ？
小僧は精が出るな。なら
Alrighty. 1,000 years of Jingly.
精査が見たいなら玉海門にたくさんあるでしょ。
小僧、古族の飛行士
白寿。
高貴なリュウソン様が雨を降らせて敵陣を水浸しにすればいいんで。
陰月よ、
何も
嘘をつくとはな。まあよい。
それって古族の慰霊祭。
ああ、亡き者を精査に乗せ星空へと送り出す。あのとだが精査の製。
分かった。僕も精査の製造についてはさっぱりだけど、
Alright.
正確な邪推がまだ残ってる。
Blurry.
気をつけて。
我ら二人のことは心配無用だ。
着いたよ。海星港の大半の船はからくりに指示を入力すれば精査の種子を培養する容器が起動する。
Any reason Dan wouldn't go full sicko mode all the time?
一隻できるんだ。
Some limit or like location he has to be in?
思い出した。
本を好んで読む。
いいだろ別に。普段はあまり読まないけど策について教わっ。
上出来だ小僧。
10ページのうち9ページは作者の精査がいろんな世界に墜落して、あれを読んだ時は精査を動かすために墜落させる人を飛行士。
ああ、確かにいつも人を驚かせるほど不運な子だった。精査で出征すおかげであの子が乗っていた精査が 元あの口が思いつきで言った悪いことは十中八九現実となってな。そのだが生き延びることだけに関して運も実力のうち。
これでよし。精査の製造が始まったよ。しばらくしたら精査は自動的に組み上がって空港に入る。そこで待とう。
助かった。
ほら見て。
ラフを離れ、
白樹先輩は
その後か。言うまでもないだろう。
Yeah, saw you made it past your chapter 14. Was it just difficult, or were you just getting bored? Did you get snipers now? The Sixth Sense.
何も思い出せない。
教えてやろう。あの一戦で奴は一人で戦陣に飛び込んだのだ。それにより運気軍にとお前は白樹が命を落としたことを受け入れる。何も言うな。もう答えなど重要ではない。陰月よ。我は今
They got you.
この精査を旅立たせる。
So you're making me want to play VC too, man. Could go for some VC. So I'm gonna play another Western attempt at JRPG Chrono Trigger Magic. This time it's gonna be different.
すまん。最近になりようやくこれを見つけてな。この思考をお前に送ることで。
Okay. I'm sure if I saw it, I'd remember. You said it was mission 14? I could just look at a picture and I'll remember it. Oh, the second one. I was like, didn't that one have Ryda's fucking pick pop up? Gotcha, yeah. Off my note. Oh, I don't remember that one too well, I guess. Okay, yeah. Maybe that's why I don't remember. Maybe I found some cheese quickly too.
お前に託されたことは必ずや成し遂げよう。
Yeah, it's fun finding those strats.
さあ
So you just have to use the tank. Pretty hard to get anybody else wheeled out there. Did they hold up in pretty good positions? I don't remember.
至るところに意味物が
Oh,
おる
okay.
な。構造紙の重物
Sounds like a fucking bazooka snipe mission. Or yeah, cheese tank one to me.
突然の出来事だったからね。話によると
ほう面白い。命を顧み
そんなことない。危機を前に命を
だがその気球の時に
ラフの同点は広いから。それに多くの部隊が妖精の征伐に参加していた。
そうだ。
僕の手を借りてここを掃除したいだけだろ。
今回はお前が先に行け。
どうしてわざとあの子を行かせた？
他でもない。お前と長く手合わせをしていなかったからな。
俺は戦うつもりなどない。
槍先を我に向けろとは言っていないだろう。生まれ変わったとはいえお前の技は奴とほぼ変わらぬ。
俺の動きはまるで
何も忘れていないかのようだ。我に力をやっくだらない。月光を剣と逃がせないわ。死ぬがいい。
もっと頑張ってよ。
Yeah, those can be rough. I mean, in a way, that means that you can replan and test stuff. I don't mind it on shorter missions. But if it's like a long mission and then you find out at the very end there's some bullshit, right? And then you have to restart the whole thing, that sucks. There's some games that do that. It depends. It's like there's RPGs that have bosses like that. You just kind of have to like know.
どうしたの？今回
慌てるな。
Sometimes that's cool, sometimes it's not.
我にもう少し付き合う。
Valkyrie Chronicles especially,
どこに行く？
there's a lot of benefit to knowing what's coming because of all the positioning and stuff.
気迫を示せ。その槍はまだ主を覚えている。命、それを誕生した者のことを覚えておるか。
この槍、俺が追放された時からずっとそばに。いつからこれを振るっていたのか覚えてはいない。
我に力を。月光を剣とこの月下で全てを照らさん。逃がせないわ。逃げられぬぞ。代価を払ってもらう。我に力を。 逃がさないわ。
アッキは俺様だけで十分だ。
我々はとうに嵐に踏み入った。守るべき者のために打ち崩せ。
やっ自分はタンフーの生まれ変わりで、奴の罪とは何の関係もないと。だが炭鉱、お前は戦いは火事のごとく。お前にその激運を打って我らの中で奴と一番近かったものと
この槍の鋭さは龍鱗をも貫くほどだ。
ほう、奴がまだガキの頃、意味物への復讐に燃えて初めて会った時は、我の剣よりも背の低い。我はあの理想だけを追い求める堅くなな性格。しかし残念
Trying to only pick options where he's not remembering
一
shit,
回に
but
短命種
keep fucking him up, I guess.
同盟が構造師を任せるわけが
It's
ない。
annoying seeing all these people
結局
try to force him back into a mold.
奴は我らのよ
I already picked two wrong. When they give you dialogue options, try hard to remember. It makes it seem like he wants to. I can't get a read on if the dude cares or not, man. When they give you a choice, it's hard to really
わざ
characterize
と
him.
僕に先を譲ったんじゃないよね。
ま
The
さか
crit monster.
お前の剣
All
の
these
腕に
bonus
成
turns
長してい
too.
たがゆえに追いつけなかっただけだ。
それで今回はその短命種。
盗み聞きとは感心しないな。それに我は奴が死んだと言ったか。
でも短命種の寿命じゃ休眠カプセルにだって長く入れない。もし生きてるのならもうご老。
王政はまだ生きているのか。
もちろんまだ生きている。知恵と知性にあふれたものでも人によっては運命。奴はその聡明な頭で企てたのだ。だが奴の愚行は己を不死の怪物に。
お姉さん、自分の旧友に同情する気が全くない。
もう一度やり直す機会を与えたことは同時。
彼に何をした。
あれは英語、優秀国に囚われるはずの所業であった。だが前世の業を永遠に忘れぬよう、あの伽藍のムクロを持っていき剣術を教え。そろそろ時間か。次は探偵士に向かうぞ。
低級の信奉者として将軍殿も儒家に苦しむ諸海の惨状を見たはず。あれらの生き物、将軍殿はこの惨禍を。
同盟が低級の消直に応じて魔を払うのはいつしか薬師を滅し、
低級の遵守運気軍は影のように付き従い、犠牲を問わず魔を払って聖堂を守る。 僕の力は豊穣に由来するが、この立場は同盟と一緒だ。宇宙において薬師を死に追いや短命という病に苦しみ、衛生の良薬を求めることは知恵を持つ生命の常だ。それらの思いを、つまり薬師の呪いを断ち切るには、貴殿の死は典型を受け魔音から帰ることができた。そして彼女は諸界を巡り、
続けろ。
すまないが将軍殿、どうやら次の
やはりそう出たか。罪を認めたのはただの手段。諸君の真なる目的はその棺の中のものも。
将軍殿もさっき言っていたじゃないか。それは将軍殿が。
実に見事、素晴らしい一手だ。
本当に変わったな、ケイ。
Man walks in.
己が後手に回ったことを認めるようになると。
The chess master. Wow, we massive intelligence. Somebody's always in control of the situation. Completely.
漢薬の流女は万病を治せると聞いた。我もただの人のように焦ることはない。ここは林園郷からそう。
白露、見てほしいのは俺。
おや、その様子から見るに。
いや、目に大事はない。この目を覆っているのは、
症状を聞くにわしの専門外のようじゃのう。ふふん、だが案ずるな。探偵士は病人を選ばぬ。お姉さん、腕を出すんじゃ。うわっ、なんちょっと待っておれ。主が連れてきた友の脈がかなり弱い。
もう命が長くないという。
医者の代わりに主の友の場合、また話が違うのじゃ。このような奇病は見たこともない。詳しく研究すれば医系に乗るやもし。
実はあの人は。
そうか、残念じゃの。では仕方ない。これから薬をわしについてこい。冠婚症期産を出してやる。この生薬をすまぬ。薬を秘伝の炭鉱主。
龍女様がお困りのようだ。
いや、
たやすいことだ。
Dragon
煩わ
Lady.
しいことなどない。
この近くのようじゃな。悪者め、わしの薬箱を返すのじゃ。この4本足め、なんという速さじゃ。逃がさんぞ。
Oh Lord.
気迫を示せ。
上月変身。
うえー、あんなでっかい牛、いつから探偵し。
気をつけろ。
邪魔立てする者は。
Oh Lordy.
この月下で全てを照らさん。まだ分かってない。人間は星空を掌握する欲望を隠さない。私もよ。亡霊がまた一体。はっ、月光を剣とす。
主の手があんなに冷たかった理由が分かったぞ。 の寒さ、決して血肉からなる身体で耐えられるものではない。
我に力をちゃんと直さないと。ふっふっはっ逃がさないわ。死ぬがいい。
She gets extra crit when she's enhanced.
逃がさないわ。
Or something.
逃がさないわ。逃がさない。
Is that where the 50% comes from?
戦闘は設計みたいなものよ。
Gotcha. Makes sense.
避けられない一戦。引けば見逃そう。
Yeah, I don't know right now.
この月下で全てを照らさん。
Gotcha. Makes sense.
よし、どれどれ。安心草も
Let's see if they throw another one at me here. Jingly
あまり患者を待たせる。
and Jingly.
待たせてしまってすまなかったの。
いや、必要ない。
魔音の実であったか。そうは見えぬぞ。最近ラフなのに
取引をした。故にこうして残善をとはいえ未だかなわぬ。
ほう、自分の病院をしかと理解しておるようじゃな。心の病ではわしも力になれ。じゃが異形に。
そうか、それは残念だ。この手で握れるものはもはや剣とか。龍女様のお言葉に感謝する。ところでここ数日
包帯。特徴にしてはありきたり。
背が高くほっそりとした暗い表。
そういったやつ。あれは検証を負ったに違いない。血の匂いがしておった。じゃが重傷ではなかったようじゃ。
やつとなるとこれで全員そろ。その男はもう連れて行ってよい。
元凶。
これで揃ったな。数百年が過ぎた今も雲上のご騎士がまたこうして集め、我の記憶が未だ定かであれば700年前我ら5人はこの場所で、されど林縁橋は空にかかり世は天保のごとし、我ら5人の中には生まれ変わった者もいれば、じきに我は枷をかけられ審判を受けることになる。ひとたび別れれば二度会うことはないだろう。人は5人、雷華は3つ。主会の陰月は独断で硫化妙法による改正を図った。形骸を変えて対価を招き。
Yeah, it's alright. It falls in a lot of anime tropes, and it's nothing you wouldn't expect half the time. I like the World War I aesthetic meets anime, and I like the gameplay and the systems and stuff, but yeah, it's kind of whatever. VC4's is a little better on the character front, but I'd say it's just better overall, but it's also a little bit more complicated, I guess. I'd say there's also a lot more story in 4. Yeah. You know, a lot of ones I don't remember. I feel like if anything, some of the anime trope stuff I wish they would just cut out. 'Cause I feel like it kind of, if anything, hurts some of the like military movement, political shit.
重藩の王政は強敗なる傲慢により北条が紳士の血肉を手にした。そして罪人渓流魔音に今こそ我らが代価を払う。炭鉱、お前は永遠に陰月から逃れられぬ。奴はお前の始まりだ。お前が進む道には奴の在郷が影の陣、いい名だ。終わりの見えぬ人生の中、お前は殺すか殺されるかの狭間をさまよい、そして我は同盟の審判を受け、永劫の罰を背負う。その後はこうでなければ、あれら明記すべき苦しみは消えてなくならない。
Yeah, but who cares about the past, lady? Get over it.
雲上のご騎士よ。酒はなく苦みだけを伴う会合とは実につまらぬな。
I remember right, at least VC1s is like kind of more simple and to the point, not like bloated with bullshit. Unless the racism works. Don't do it for you at all.
もうじき我を距離に送る。
Although maybe I've just forgotten all the bloat.
同盟の法は厳守されるべきもの。この件を元帥に報告したところ、重東将軍が興味を持ちました。
軽減よ。我々も運気軍も低級の将軍たちも皆神の番に置かれた。
Yeah, I figured it was something odd like that.
我はもう
You had some weird
定めら
connection.
れた運命の道を歩むのに飽きた。
I don't really care. Yeah, gotcha. That's fair for sure. Yeah, the story was definitely never like the high point. It just kind of gave context to what you're doing.
だが構わぬ。お前ともう少し歩んでみるとしよう。
Yeah, the anime superpower shit, I really didn't care about any of that.
結末は変わらない。我は勝利するほ。
ならばこの対局。
Forgot they made an entire game based on that Raida character. Revolution or whatever. Like I think it's just like a Musou.
試したであろう。傷口が増え、お前の不死身はそう単純なものではない。人間の剣で不死なる紳士の肉体を。
ああ、聞いた。
お前に剣を教えた時にも言ったはずだ。
我が剣を抜くのは渓流、お前の推し。
この時を大事にすることだな。700年前も我らはここで談笑し競い合い、意気揚々と未来を思い描いた。あの時の数人の姿が未だ目に浮かぶ。まるで夕べ見た夢のように。あ あの日々がずっと続くと思っていた。でも先週人の寿命がごとく長く永遠に。しかし夢はいずれ覚め無産する。
The narrative mind.
懐かしい感覚だ。まるでお前が初めて俺に剣術を教えた日に戻ったかのような。王政が打ってやった武器を手にして何度も何度も俺を切り裂き、かつて敵に振りかざされた技が忌まわしい肉体を刻んでいく。そしてふとある声が聞こえてきた。分かっていた。だからその眼差しを見た瞬間、俺は問いかけていた。
Sounds familiar, right?
何百、なぜ意味物だけが幾度も繰り返しやり直せるのだ。どうして彼女のような人が死に燃えて灰になり、最後に俺の心臓を貫いた後、奇妙なことにこの杯を交わしていた。
I thought it was. Hard to tell. Lancer, yeah, obviously has a bit more style he's going for. This guy's more of like a automaton kind of dude.
Ingetsuよ。これからどうするつもりだ。
この会合が終わったら俺は列
車はいつまでもお前を乗せてナフを離れた時、我は復讐を諦め魔音に落ちた時の所業がすべてこの目で北条が死するところを見た頃には。
Oh, Randy. Oh, yeah. That's probably it. Oh, I just saw him here too. Oh, Randy Orlando. Randy's based. Oh, he's assassin too. In Fate. Like, the samurai assassin.
言ってしまったね。生まれ変わった君にとってこの全ては切烈な芝居に見えるだろ
う。Yeah, Kojiro.
己が何者か、たとえ粒子たちの企みでああ、炭鉱。
炭鉱先生、将軍分かってるよ。あんな僕運気軍にじゃあね、炭鉱先生。
あの女の剣でもなせないとはな。どうやら俺らはこの追行を。
お前も俺も互いの命を
エリオの脚本によれば、そして俺は復讐が
one had a lot going on. Oh, he was Kaiki from fucking Koyo Monogatari and shit. His best character. Best girl. Kaiki didn't. Oh, me Monogatari. Return to me. And now random junk quest. Yeah, I'm good on that. I think we'll probably call it here, really. There's other stuff, but we could come back to it later. Let's do some rolls, though. Any rollers? Roll, bros. It's black keys all the way down, man. Yeah, dude. Just one more roll. That's my guaranteed 4-star at least, bros, before I go. Oh, great. Evil booby ass fucking booby ass woman. Corporate mama. They get away with giving them bigger titties in the fucking the CEs, that's for sure. All right. Let's take a break, I think. Oh, she's ass was nerfed. They've nerfed a lot of characters like curves and shit in Genshin. So I'd be surprised. There's even like regional nerfs already in ZZZ and that game's not even fucking out. I remember, I don't know the names of the Genshin characters, but there's some chick who's in a kind of like a reddish purple kind of outfit. It's had like 4 nerfs to her titties over time. I just think it's really funny for how tame most of these characters are already. But everybody's got like a fucking Giga mini skirt and half the cast is like our fucking kids. You gotta, guess you draw the line somewhere, man. Titties too big, ass too big. It masquerades as a more classy gotcha, but it's still just the same waifu rolling, man. That's why I just prefer more honest, man. Give me my fucking Nikkei, man. Just throw those fucking jiggly buns in my face. I don't give a fuck, dude. It's just fucking right out, man. What is this? By Luocha. Oh, thanks, Luocha. Yeah, Nikkei just softcore for just owning it. I imagine this being a Chinese game is a big limiter on that front. Otherwise, they probably would go a little harder. But I don't know. Is Azerland Chinese? I don't remember. We'll see, Cora, maybe someday. Should go raw degeneracy. There's some Azerland characters, yeah. What was that one that was like hyper, pretty much just raw porn? It was like goddess something. The live 2D animations, yeah. There was one, I don't know if it makes money anymore, but that I think even had like actual porn as like in some regions you could get on it. It was like something goddess. It had these like really over the top 2D animations. I don't keep up with the landscape too much of more fringe gotchas. But... Beyblade, watch out, Pom Pom. I'm coming for you, brother. Beat the shit out of this motherfucker, man. Yeah, the spinning's good. Holy. I love the other gotchas, man. GBF has like the most muscly, oiled up men like ever in Azerland. Like Nikkei just like raw fucking like sex, man. But this game's just like everybody's just really sterile. Just legs and pits. This is funny. Maybe that's the way this tries to stand out, right? Thing is, people still roll for the same reasons. I think this just might have more, I would say, global appeal. You can pretend you're not rolling for waifus, but you're totally rolling for waifus still. Oh, does she have a crossover? The Senran Kagura guy who wants to wrap the world in boobs or whatever he said. the creator of Senran Kagura. Too bad that series is dead. I played one Senran Kagura game, it was pretty fucking weak. And everybody had like the same body. There's like one muscle chick and then one like flat chick, and then everybody else was like exactly the same. Obviously zero, dude. Anywho, I think that'll be it for now on this. I think we're gonna take a rain check on the rest. This one seems like it'll probably be like a fun little thing we could do. Whenever they update the story more, if I'm feeling like it. But I've kind of done the big talk about the game and all that already at the beginning of the stream, so we're just kind of wrapping up. Some extra missions. I would say the companion quests have definitely been the better of the stories. Obviously the main story has all the areas and stuff, but the plots are pretty weak. IPC one was fine, but yeah. Overall, I'm definitely not changing any of my thoughts on gacha. Obviously this kind of expands out like what, you know, constitutes gacha and the kinds of gacha there are and shit. Kind of production value you can kind of apply to it and still have it be like the usual gacha, but I don't think it's like reinventing the wheel or integrating it into some way that feels like it's, you know, truly for the better. I only the gacha parts are only negative. They're just like maybe less painful. But it was interesting seeing it. I had fun talking about it and running through shit and kind of talking about industry stuff and live service and gotcha and all that kind of psychological mumbo jumbo they employ and how that affects stories and gameplay and shit. And in its own right, I had fun with the combat for the most part. I'd say I always liked seeing the animations and most of the attacks go off and stuff. Visitor count. It was fun and snappy enough, which is nice. Even though it's held back by the gacha elements and the long form kind of introduction of the systems and super late game customization. But yeah, I definitely think the story is not very good. I think they are, yeah, getting paid by the word at this point. But there's some cool character moments here and there and some funny bits in some of the side quests. Main characters, you know, goofy kind of personality's fun. There's its moments. I don't want to get all into it all over again. Yeah, it's over for now, I think. We've gone pretty hard this week on it. And I've probably got like 50, 60 plus hours in this shit now. What if there's a way to check? I'd have to count my streams. But, yeah. I think for a gacha, like I said, I guess the final word on it. For a gacha, it's cool. You know, there's something to dig into here. You can kind of treat it like an FF14 type of thing, where you just come back for story and play casual. If you want, but I find playing it like that, well, probably, you know, probably the best way to do it. It's still kind of weak or piss poor compared to just going and playing like some other RPG. I think it's tied so intrinsically to live service release schedules and so much of the gameplay is about kind of full max kind of team shit. If you want to get to that level of depth, you'd get in like 20 hours and halfway decent JRPG that like, I just don't know why you'd go for this over just like playing something else. Now, if you just really love gacha and you just love, you know, getting on the community and talking about your waifus and rolling, I think this is a fine thing. If you're looking for another gacha, I say go for it. But it really depends on how you feel about live service and gacha. I love gacha. I mean, gacha can be addicting and it's fun rolling and stuff like that. And having like a long form game you can come back to every day to kind of get a little further in and knock out some more challenges. Like, I can see why people like it for sure. I mean, there's production value, it's generally got like a happy enough atmosphere, you know, relatively like pure characters and shit, so it can be kind of comfy. They definitely attempt to throw a lot of lore out there, so some of that sinks its teeth into you a bit, you know. There's a lot to have, and I think the combat's pretty solid. I like the combat. Like I said, I think it's one of those things that probably gets better and better, like after 100 hours of putting time into it kind of deal. And gacha, obviously gacha rolls and stuff like that, but I find some of that kind of flawed. Not that there's not fun, not that I'm knocking people for enjoying it, but I find some of that, like, there's fun to be had there, but it's like, despite some of the elements of it. Yeah, I don't know. I had fun enough with it. I think there's times I was like, I really didn't like it. I was really bored by it. And then there's times where I was just like, oh, it's cool. Where there's cool stuff to talk about, or, you know, some of the exploration was fun and killing shit was fun. So it kind of just depended. It was a roller coaster for sure. But it would definitely depend, I think, for me, on how somebody feels about gacha stuff, or maybe like what all shit they played, or how much you're looking for like a pure waifu sim kind of thing. There's definitely some things that this in particular goes for that it probably nails enough. Oh, for sure. I think there's some real flaws with it, absolutely. But yeah, on a personal level, I think the most personal taste thing would probably be whether you immediately like the characters or not. Like, I don't like a lot of the archetypes here, and I don't think they go into enough depth to really get me into them. Like, there's those kinds of characters in stories that immediately grab you, just by design and personality or something, but these don't for me, so they have some more work to do, and I don't think they do it. Isn't March 7th one of the most popular? I like Pom Pom. He's an okay mascot. Is there a void, Danny's man? Does she have a void? Or do they actually give her real jorts? Wow. What the? I like this. I like doing this. What was cool? I liked when he said Satoshi. The human Beyblade gotcha. There's horsewoman gotcha. We gotta take it to the next level. Do we need human Beyblades? Yeah, this is only the SSD can do this, man. It was all worth it, Sony. Create the human Beyblade. Yeah, it just depends. Like, some of the arcs were just fine, some of them I got into. But, like, depending on how you feel about certain shit, there's definitely different levels you're gonna enjoy. But I mean, that goes for literally anything. For me, I found a lot of fundamental flaws, not just stemming from the gacha, but just kind of the prose and some of the pacing and stuff like that. And stuff like enemy variety was alright. Not many bosses, but some reskins for sure. A lot of guys are essentially, you handle them the same way. I'd agree on the relative scale there. I definitely think Belobog was the best. Space Station was mind-numbing and really gets you off on a bad foot. I don't think they do a good job of like really setting the scene and giving you a nice kind of immersion with like what's going on and what the world's like. You can get me into the world and get me feeling like, you know, I'm there, and then still have a lot of mystery and extra terms you throw around and things unexplained. I feel like it kind of really gets you like just in there, man. It gets too lost in the sauce half of the time and telling you that there's all these things without you ever really having something to like grab onto. Like, even if it was just like reaffirming like just the goals of the Express and strengthening the bonds of the characters and just kind of having a Star Trek journey, that'd be fine. But like, I feel like even those, I'm just like, I don't really know anything about what's going on there. Yeah, that would be interesting. I think the IPC thing probably made me willing to come back for another story on this, to see if they could leverage some of that stuff for a cool story on Pinacne. penis colony. Yeah, I was about to mention that. This could be one of those that has like a really rocky start until it finds its footing. And it's gonna introduce bazillions of characters and try to initialize all this lore and stuff, but then they just kind of focus in more. Yeah, 400 hours in. Yeah, but you know, maybe they'll find their footing and figure out like a tone, or at least maybe be able to keep a pace going. You know, switch perspectives enough in a meaningful way and cut a lot of fluff and have like a strong story with like a little bit of character work. That's, I mean, the point that they had to patch in some of the main story getting cut out of the China arc and getting turned into a side quest should tell you kind of like the problems with the game. Like, who has to do that, man? Right? Like FF14 did it. This did it. It's like fluff, right? Like fluff and like overly wordy writing. The thing with FF14 is like that was like an entire MMO, and they cut that down like 5 expansions in, right? This is like a 6-month-old game, and they're already having that problem. So I think there's a lot that they need to fix up there. I don't think this has the range of like tone and like any dark elements or anything that they can just. I don't think they're exploring like any cool stuff like some kind of Star Trek. Like with this episodic formula, they either need to really clean up the characters and the pacing or start getting into like more varied themes. I know Genshin started getting darker. It doesn't need to just be dark. It could be happy, bubbly. There's nothing wrong with that. But like, you know, it needs like something. Yeah, dude, I felt like I was playing FF14 sometimes doing this. Obviously, it's missing like the super production value and like the good characters and like all that stuff. But like, there was times like when it was at its worst, I felt like I was doing like some of the worst FF14 shit, where I'm just reading like quests and like I'm just not interested in what's going on because they're just waxing on about like some new person's like little life or something, and it's like you're just not there for that reason sometimes. But the biggest thing was the amount of walking back and forth and stuff. I feel like in terms of quest design, especially in side quests, it's a lot of you just like warping back and forth to walk to like different areas, and they cut a lot of that out in FF14's main story in Realm Reborn because it was such a problem. So much like Return of the Waking Sands. This game has that all the time. Genshin is like a 5 for Mata, 5 for you, 7 for Inazuma, 8 for Samaria with a 10 finale, 9 for Fontaine, 10 finale. Yeah, everybody seems to really like the Fontaine. Yeah, the problem with that is it's just too much. I don't know if I could go through another story with this kind of writing for like 5 times as long before it got good. I mean, sometimes I feel like I can't read with FF14 text. Oh, you just don't like the fonts and stuff, or there's just something about. For me, a lot of the time in FF14 is I'm doing a quest because I have like a goal in mind, so I'm already not there for the story. So when it starts to like drone on, I just don't care. The words they use. They do get into some old Englishy stuff sometimes. I generally don't mind it as much in FF14 as I do in this. But some of the back and forth and like kind of just not caring and more objective focused stuff reminds me of like an MMO. Or something like WoW, they just barely have a story, so it's like all just gameplay focused, so it just doesn't matter. Granted, I mean, FF14 ends up being extremely strong because of its story, but that's its main stuff, and it's major side content, right? Like that, you're getting entire, like, really solid stories about characters with raids and big arcs and involving major characters and shit, right? And this, you'll get like a little quest that's like 15 minutes long, that's cool. But So it's a little different there. Like you get some of those bad elements, but I think it doesn't have all those good elements. So it's interesting. You can see why they want to do an MMO, but they'd really have to kick it up a notch, man. Be up there with the best of them. And I still think stuff like FF14 has issues, right? I don't care much about the stuff in this that isn't voice. Pay full attention to the voice, so skipping. Yeah, I would definitely say the non-voice stuff. I find it just like too indulgent some of the time. I mean, with most of the writing in this. They just go on and on, right? I don't think just good writing and good world building is just writing a lot, right? It's about writing something interesting, something that grabs you. I mean, I could just write a lot, right? Anybody could. I could just make up all sorts of terms and places and how they all work together and just go on about some baker's life and stuff. And it's like, it's about how interesting that is. Or it's something they gotta say, or like even in like a Yakuza, most of the quests, or a lot of the subquests in the series will like at least try to relate back to like a theme with the whole game or like some quirky little thing, and even those can get really boring. It's like like I don't think they tend to like even go for that kind of thing in this. It's just kind of stuff happening. It feels like just writing, just to like world building through sheer numbers a lot of the time. And it's nice to get the rewards and stuff after and do like a roll, but I skipped most of this space station side stuff. Yeah, I can't blame you, that stuff was pretty rough. I mean, the thing that kept it interesting was probably just getting rolls and shit. Oh, for that matter, the grind. I forgot to mention that. Another live service issue there. I had to be like level 34 to continue the story, and then at a few other points I had to be at certain levels on trailblazing. Most of that XP you will get from just story and stuff, but the bulk of it, I imagine, in the long term is from daily energy. So those kinds of elements to like time gate you is pretty shit. If I didn't have so much stuff to go do because of patches, I literally did like every single thing I could at the time in the game. Like every single side quest. I think that's maybe a bit much. Yeah, but I think they're too aggressive. I mean, I did every side quest. And I'm like, alright, man. I mean, granted, the companion quests are better than the main story generally, but I think it's maybe a little too much. If they want me to, like, force me to do the companion quest, just make them, like, main story at that point. Or have them be an in-between arc or something. I mean, there's plenty of games that, like, level gate you like that. But it's usually, like, MMOs and games that are trying to kind of squeeze time out of you. I don't think in this game it was good. I mean, it's like, you're like, there's, like, 2 arcs in the game or something, right? Like, and you're getting cut off like halfway in like kind of a piss poor arc that'll get like a level grind. It doesn't do much for the main story. I could understand doing it like halfway in, like an in between the stories or something, right? But it's just kind of like, eh. Luckily it didn't happen again once we got to the second half. Oh no, really bad for pacing. Yeah, a little too much. I could see somebody who's maybe just kind of in it for the story, and then they're deciding if they want to do more. Just tapping out at that point. They're like, ooh, I gotta do all these side quests, right? And they're like the worst content in the game. Or I play every day and grind, right? Like if you're not into that, if you're not into the daily grind, you're not into having a, you know, what is it with gacha, my side game or my maid game, right? If that mentality doesn't even like connect with you in any way because you just play normal games, it's not a good thing for you. That's not going to convert you. You have to like give in and let like the gacha mindfuck mentality kind of affect you a bit. I feel like to enjoy some of these on some levels. Like even when I'm doing it, right? I'm out here trying to get rolls all the time, and you know, I'm doing my dailies and shit. Like I'm used to doing that shit with like MMOs and other gachas and stuff. You gotta be like compromised a little bit. Like I feel like This will not make a gacha lover out of you. I think it's probably would be closer to converting somebody this in Genshin because of like the like light degeneracy and like production value and stuff like that, but yeah, it still has a lot of those things that to get into you kind of just have to like fucking mentally give in, man. Like you gotta get into the FOMO and those kind of community aspects. I mean, that can be fun, but like I'm just not letting myself get into like FOMO right now on this scam or daily grinds or maxing all characters and stuff. I do that in enough other games. I'm not looking for a long-term one. I'm about to start playing FF14 again for a week or two. In a week or two. And that's already my I return and crank out, you know, some FOMO shit. But even that I've kept at arm's length, man. I've burned too hard with WoW, FOMO, daily life service shit over like half my fucking life in Fate Go. Like with this, assuming I come back in FF14, I just come back for the highlight. I think FF14 handles doing the highlights really well. You don't like need to like get a bunch of stuff to like continue shit. I don't know what they're gonna do in this. I hope there's not a point where I'm gonna be like hard required to grind to be able to get to the next arc of the story in this. Like if you don't keep up, you're left behind. You would imagine the story would just pick up around 50 and then maybe require like... But I'm curious though, like I feel like the next ascension is actually a pretty big step. Like it's pretty hard getting Trailblazer levels at this point. Getting all these is going to take a little bit of time for sure. Like you don't just do it casually as you're going through. Unless they make the next story around level 50. Now if the next story is like 60, then I would actually have to spend a lot of daily time like grinding shit out, or all my fuels or something at the minimum. I'm curious if they're going to do that in the next major story arc. I can refuse it at this point, yeah. Something I could, maybe, yeah, you could just leave yourself. I mean, that sucks because then you're not leveling up, but if they're giving you stuff in the next story to like actually level up still, that'll be fine. We'll see. But yeah. My thing is the Trailblaze level though. Like I wonder, I'm very curious if in the next major story they'll require like a Trailblaze level. I feel like no, because it's really horrible for new players. Like a new player wants to be able to like just go through everything and get caught up and, you know, have the best experience possible because they just got to do all this story at once and then they're fully invested. And we'll see. Because the thing is, like, the world scales with you, sure, but like you have to level your Trailblaze, which is like you have to get equilibrium levels to do that to continue the story. So if they do that again, then it's gonna suck. I will not grind to do more story. That'll be the end of Honkai for me, for sure. If they're like, hey man, come back with 40, you know, equilibrium level, you know, 4 or something at level 45, but like, alright, peace. I'm good. Jesus Christ. Thought we were about to leave the atmosphere, man. Oh, I guess we are out of the atmosphere. Re-enter the atmosphere. We'll see. Yeah. If I do come back on this one, I think I'm just going to treat it like FF14. Do the story and some of the little events. I don't think it's going to work as well in this as FF14. Because FF14, while it is live service, like, doesn't have any like XP or anything intrinsically tied to getting like, you know, you don't have to like roll for your class. You don't have to have energy to just level up or anything, you know. There is some FOMO stuff, but it's not like extreme. I'll still be able to do story, but I mean, I think that's just kind of be all there is, right? Certain events and stuff. I like that this game does let you do old events, so like maybe I would play them after they're done kind of thing, but I don't see myself logging in daily. I don't want a game like that. Anywho, it's over for now. So thanks for watching on this. Oh, they got Ass Woman up there, dude. She's that big a deal. Video? Which one? Oh, I got so caught up talking, I forgot. Oh, is this the next thing coming out? Oh, this was 7 months ago. Yeah, let's see this. Then I need to eat. Go to the bathroom and we'll start up some stuff. Oh, tier list? We can do a tier list too.
Let's make an exchange.
Just link it. Now that a tier list, now that I've actually fucking played the the game. But I'm gonna need to take a bathroom break. Did I do a tier list for this game before I played it too? Like a few months ago, I think so. I know I did with Genshin.
To the parable of the stars. The nameless one, the pathless one.
I really need to go to the
arrived
bathroom.
from the edge of the wilderness, clad in stellar radiance. Go now, march unwaveringly into solar wind. At the end, you will return to my embrace, but march towards the light. Yet that light began to burn, piercing through the clouds as a golden death. Towers crumbled, and the people fled, for the sun was soon to set and meet with vicious destruction. But be not dismayed, O child of the world. The Lux arrow will descend to purge the wicked abominations. You must follow the traces left behind in the storm's wake. The Celestial one guards their secrets, plotting out the roots that connect all things. But they are silent, like a shroud of mist at the center of the universe. Listen to the silence, and you will know where the stars are resting.
He's like overdoing it, bro.
Let your staff strike the earth, they say. Once and again. The tender sprouts will grow to the sky, and the dew that falls from their branches will rid you of sickness and poison. Blindfold your eyes, they say, that the approaching darkness may strike no fear in you. Let it not burden your soul, nor numb your stride.
Thanks for the tier maker.
Push open the majestic gates, they say, and lift up the tablets of lapis. Read them aloud. Let the fire that forged the bricks and the ones that laid the walls' foundations be known.
Then they say, "Oh, you who have reached the end, enter into the paradise that envelops
She's a
all.
puzzle piece.
Join this great choir and feast. Listen to the beating of billions upon billions of hearts, holding you in their embrace."
Look upon the courtesan's extravagance, the mariner's intemperance. Listen to the infant in the mirror, the waves as they enter the dream. The tipping of the balance, the shapeless prince, and finally, measure the world against yourself.
The hell is this bitch
Take
talking
all
about?
such things to heart. This is the path you should walk, they say. Machiavelli, depart once more. Machiavelli. Countless shooting stars streak the sky tonight.
Who's this character?
Should you choose the right one, it will carry your wish to thousands of
She only in these trailers or something? I don't remember her. Oh, groovy. I know nothing about any of those characters, any of those Aeons more now, but it's nice they try to like get you into the lore with the little trailer there. A little spice. Level 60. Oh, is there no achievements for getting higher than 60? They're like, you don't have to grind that hard. Use the Curio raiding pistol. Are some of these missable achievements? Not making a new account? I don't know. Equilibrium level 6. Wanted. Some of these aren't even really that bad. Other than equilibrium level 6, you can realistically get these done. They don't actually require you to do like that much insane stuff. I guess the simulated universe shit's a fair bit. Groovy. Oh yeah, cool. Well, we'll see where this game goes, huh? Curious, since it's already doing not as good as Genshin money-wise, if they'll go harder on this or go lighter on this, or what the plan's gonna be in the future. I mean, it still does good, so I'm sure it'll be. They ain't gonna be stopping. But it's tough out there for gotchas. So, all right, let's do the tier list real quick. Oh, I need to post my old one too. Oh, this is. Yeah, I'll do the new one first because I want to be swayed by my old opinions here or anything. Did I just have it S, A, B, C, D? Probably. I don't even know some of these people. Who's this motherfucker in the bottom right? Oh, that Blade? Look different. Oh wait, who's this fucker then? Alright. And this is relative. Doctor ratio. Oh, okay. So yeah, this will just be relative. Not, do I consider fucking Jane Honkai an S character in general. I don't think anybody's fucking S in this game. But we'll put Jane Honkai at the top. Is this, are we doing a waifu or just like good character list? I mean, I guess, who knows? We'll put Welt up there. I don't think any of them are really great characters, so we're just gonna go off of like what quirks they have and their look. I liked when Welt said Satoshi, so that gives him an S, just based on design. This is now with their personalities. Okay, well I guess I could put. I don't know this character. I'm just gonna leave it. I mean it's just the same. But I guess I could put her up higher up. Sampo. Yeah, I'm a Sampo. Chad. Put her up there. She was fun. I liked Svarog. She had an endearing thing going on as Svarog, but that was cool. I guess I should explain these because it's not going to be just based on look now. Because no waifu person's gonna roll on a fucking grown-ass robot man, dude. They're gonna roll on this fucking kid. She has a side of robot with her. Don't worry, this game's more classy. March and D tier on both lists. Is she? Yeah, so March is bad. I don't like her personality. She's the dumb as a rock, but not funny. Kind of dumb as a rock. It's waifu bait, pure. It's not as bad as like a MASH, right? And like Fako, where she's like a senpai, like for you machine. She's not really for you in this, which some characters aren't, which is nice. But she's just this like peanut gallery, like tries to keep everything light kind of tool. And it's just kind of like, she's more annoying than anything. And she's like, yeah, like a speak for your character. Her being better than this Paimon character is meaningless, because in the grand scheme of things, she's shit either way. Don Hang, I mean, he was just kind of fucking boring. Even though he had all of this like past history and stuff, he barely has anything to say about it. He just like has to go mess with it. He's like, yeah, I'm an express person. That's all he says. I'm just an express person and I don't remember my past. Yada yada. And then like he just goes and like, despite that, goes and like just does what anybody wants if it has something to do with his past. It's just like, he doesn't really go anywhere. His circumstances are just explained more. So he just ends up kind of fucking boring. I don't know who this fucking is. I mean, it's the head researcher lady. Just plain. I mean, I guess I could rate these within the list. Yeah. He's just plain. He just is the head researcher. That's it. Nothing going on. She can be an A for MILF. Her shit with her brother was fine. I didn't mind her companion quest. Being a grown-ass woman was a plus for her. She's not super duper interesting. Her being the wildfire chief didn't really feel anything about it, but her be like helping people as like a doctor, and her brother getting fucked over was like, it's fine enough. I don't know. This chick had like nothing in the story. I guess the leggings were okay. She went camping. I don't know. I guess she's the only like nerd looking character, so she gets a few points for that. But she's really just not really there. I mean, she has the whole museum arc, which doesn't really do much for her character. She does have the moment, I guess, with the Lynx thing, where they kind of get into her mom situation. She gets some nice art in that, but like, I just don't feel much about her character, so she's just kind of okay. Like, there's not much with this character either, but she's more interesting on like a conceptual level. She's just a robot AI with like a smart mouth, and she hangs out with Screwbillium, which is cool. So like, this character has more going on in her story, but because it's not that much depth in the first place, I just prefer the gimmick character at that point. That's kind of what I've been saying the whole time, is like, they're not very interesting on like a conceptual level just off the bat, so like they need to do work on the back end, but a lot of them just don't. So I still end up like rating people for like really surface level reasons. Like I said, with this character, I actually really did like the Svarog stuff with her. Sampo's up here for the memes, and Welt's up here because Sutoshi. That's the level of depth we're doing this on. Hook was alright. She was funny, I guess, at times. Her boss thing going on where you'd call her all these Junie names was cool. Her little thing with her father was, you know, I respected that. She doesn't do a whole lot, but it was fun enough. I think she's like, she's kind of like dipping into B. Maybe she could be like a high B right now, man. We'll see when we're done. Guitar lady. She really should have joined the Express, but she copped out. Other than that, she had like a minute of story, and then she had her companion quest, which was nice for her brother thing, but this character had nothing. I must have not done her quest. She showed up a couple times and played some mahjong. That was it. So, yeah. I mean, I guess her design was like whatever. I don't know. I'm beyond the design at this point with this game. Tiny Gun. We never even met Tiny Gun. She had a horrible arc about her funeral. Yeah, Rip Mahjong Gremlin. I mean, she might be fun, but I don't think we did anything with her. We must have missed her story. Been one of the few I didn't do. Tiny Gun's just like, I don't even know if we met Tiny Gun. She had this huge like hour-long filler arc right after the fucking story finished, which didn't even make sense because we don't even know if she's dead or not. We don't even know the real Tiny Gun. And if you assume everything about her was mostly accurate to her actual character, she was just boring. She was just peanut gallery. She just fucking just comments on shit and like walks around with you. They pretended she had it was some big epic sacrifice or something. But it was nothing. Next snap, yeah man. Let me get you a list of 1,000,000 psycho waifus, brother. You could throw her in the fucking pile, man. It ain't nothing special, man. Fuck Tiny Gun. I mean, she got the armpit thing going. That's cool. She put a picture of her armpits on her fucking phone avatar. She knows what's up. Who's this? Oh, this is the chick that walked around with Don Hang. Yeah. Who the fuck even was this? Did like nothing happen. She was just like a common soldier, essentially, just escorting Don Hang with like absolutely no story. She must have her own companion quest. I only had 2 companion quests I didn't do. I'm starting to wonder if there's some more hiding around. The idea that all of the companion quests. She had a big cock, did she? Oh yeah, she did have that huge cock, man. It was like a chode, man. Like, the main story shouldn't introduce characters if it's not going to do anything with them. It just waters it down. I get it, you introduced them so you could see them, so you could roll on them. It's gotcha. And then you do like a little bit of character depth and companion quests, or just not. I don't know. I mean, she's like the boss lady, which is cool for her. Her tits have her own like gravitational field. They just move on their own, so I guess that's cool for her. She's got like legs. Probably the most skin showing out of any character, but she's just kind of there. She doesn't have any like, ah yes, you know, my boss is like, you know, I've earned her respect moments, and you know, she reveals any cool stuff, or you know, lets the facade down of, not facade, but lets the, you know, the boss mentality down a bit. She's just kind of just the boss. She shows up a few times to like help, I guess, Bellabog in that last arc there, but for the most part she's just non-existent, but her design's cool. So she gets unbeat. That's where we're at, like I said. If your design's like kind of okay, like you get to go up a tier because everybody's fucking threadbare. Bronya. Yeah, so I'm hoping that's something. Well, then again, I mean, I was hoping that with Welt, but Welt didn't get shit, so. But at least she'll get to talk more, yeah. I don't know, man. I mean, Bronya's kind of the pure good girl. I'm not into that shit, really. I mean, I'm not that I don't like nice people, but in terms of like anime, like waifu type of shit, you know, it's a dime a dozen. She has a good little arc with Seal and the sisterhood thing, which I kind of like, compared to whatever else was going on. But her stuff with the mother, she had probably the most character stuff happen, but nothing that I felt was like really strong. And I'm not much into the triple drills, pure kind of character design. So while she's probably as good or better of a character than these ones in A, I just don't find her as fun. She's okay though. The gremlin. I mean, at least she was kind of funny. She's like a super gremlin. Her story with the healer wasn't too interesting. It was more about the random NPC turning into a Mara thing and the asshole dude than it was about her. You got to see her in the wild a bit more, but really she got more story with Don Hang's companion quest. Yeah, they turned her into a fucking gremlin, dude. Yeah, she's funny, but like, she doesn't have much going on. And I mean, as far as like small little goofy gremlins that are funny, the fucking rabbit is by far. Where's the rabbit, man? You not a fucking character? I put the rabbit in A tier, bro. At least he knew when to shut the fuck up. He was just there to be a goofy, cute bastard, and that was it, man. Chad McChadson? I mean, he's not very good either. Now, I guess her having the big cock makes her better than most of these characters. We'll adjust by these later. I mean, Chad McChadson had some nice stuff with his sister, where in her arc, where it showed that, you know, they had, you know, when they started to show their bond a little bit more, where they could read into what each other means, and where he would try to do some sly stuff that she would read really easily because he wanted her to stay, and but he respected her and shit. Like, those moments were nice, but other than that, he's just like your typical like gung-ho soldier guy who's like super loyal and follows the rules. It's a fucking dime a dozen type of character. He follows the typical arc where you have to fight him because he's like super, you know, Mr. Loyal stoic, but then he, you know, because he's not a bad guy, he realizes that, you know, he's got to do, you know, go against his creed kind of thing, and it's just like, it's whatever. He's just typical. His sister shit's probably the best, but he's not very fun. Seal. It has less going on than Bronya, but she has the same connection sister-wise, so that kind of makes her more interesting. Actually, you know, she's like back in. We'll figure this out later. She's just kind of like she's just kind of the fighter. She's just the loudmouth, essentially the avatar of the underworld, while Bronya is like this avatar of like the overworld. Like Seal's a fighter who's more brash, where Bronya is like more cultured and from like the fancy place. I think their yin yang thing is cool, which is why their little sisterhood and similar origin is nice. But in terms of like any depth to her character outside of that, like there's not much going on. She just walks around and beats people up. There's not much more happening, and she's more of a tool for Bronya's story than she really is in her. Got something in her own right. Chinese boy. I mean, he's funny because he's a fucking huge jobber. Like he just gets beat up everywhere, but he's a shit character. He's got nothing going on. I don't know. I don't even know where I'd rate these D1. He's just there, dude. He's not fun. He doesn't have any like arcs. He's just funny to laugh at for being a fucking loser. He doesn't have this like he doesn't even get like the general's respect at any point, right? Like usually the hothead character that goes off and goes against his master's wishes and stuff gets fucked on, which he did by Jingli, but he never even has like that. He doesn't get his respect. He doesn't like evolve. I mean, he learns like a new move, but it feels like they did the typical like reckless squire apprentice arc and then just forgot to finish it. So like it's just kind of lame. We're just doing the tier list. I did a tier list before I played this, but a long time ago. I don't remember what my tier list was, and now we're re-tier listing them relative to each other, based on just really surface level shit, or if there is any depth, I try to apply it. And then we're done. Yeah, I'll probably start Chained Echoes after this. I'm expecting to get Sea of Stars again, but people talk about it in this like JRPG indie world enough that I'm kind of curious. Anyways, the general, he was cool. I mean, he was like kind of charismatic. And a Battler's voice actor, so that was nice. He was scheming, calm kind of guy. He's a fun little archetype. They try to give him a little backstory depth, but he's mostly there just as like a chess player kind of dude. Who's this? Oh yeah, she like barely existed. Yeah, I guess she was hot, but yeah, I mean that's the problem with like most Mihoyo characters in my opinion. They all seem very similar. Like it's usually the colors that like make them different, unless they're a gremlin or a dude, right? Like there's like your gremlins, dudes, normal chicks, and then like maybe there's a few MILFs in there, but like for the most part it's just color work after that. There's not really like a huge variety, especially on personalities. Who's companion quest? Who are we just doing? I got caught up talking again. Oh yeah, I didn't do hers. That's right. Yeah, so I didn't do her companion quest, I guess for context. I guess it was one of the two I didn't do. I feel like there must be a few I missed, and maybe some of these people are in limited events. Yeah, maybe next time. I wanted to leave a few things to do on the side. But in terms of her in the main story, I mean, there's nothing. She's, I guess, hot. He's like kind of MILF status, but she literally is just kind of a bitch, and then she's like not a bitch and cares about. She's just sad about Tiny Gun, which who cares about that? The hacker girl. She looked good. That she was a hacker in a sci-fi setting, which almost nobody has any sci-fi about him in this. I guess that was cool. The Silver Fox, right? I don't know. I liked her story with Screwbillium. I like Screwbillium better though. But she was cool. She had an ass, right? Like Topaz had the full ass, man. Topaz in here? Oh yeah, there she is. This guy, I don't know. He was okay. Mr. Sauce himself. He didn't really have much of a personality, but at least he had some kind of like mystery to him. And the coffin thing is cute. He doesn't really have anything going on, but because of, I guess, his Honkai thing and his look and the mystery is like, okay, I don't know. He's not really that interesting though. It's really hard to do this because some of these characters just have nothing going on, man. But at least I like felt a little something about it. I guess I felt more about Serval. Maybe I should pop Serval up. Some of these though, they're just in here for like totally different reasons, right? Like, am I judging by character? Am I judging by look? It's like a mix, right? Like, I don't even know. We'll put Mr. Sus down here. He was funny, but he didn't actually have like he had like a minute of actual character work. Most of his character stuff was in a joke March 7th thing, so he's interesting. Markham is one of the most interesting, but he's not like entertaining or anything. I mean, I guess that's their goal with him. I put this guy higher up. I didn't expect to care about Adol, but I think his companion quest was good at the end. He's just a do-gooder with a lot of will, but they sold you on him. When he fights Svarog and he's doing everything for the memory of the dead little girl or whatever. He's good. I mean, that's all he gets. But that's everybody's problem. All they get is just like a few fucking minutes, man. He's alright. Blade. Okay. Yeah, he's just there. I mean, he's literally had like nothing going on, man. Hardly. He's like, they wanted to get him for a bit. He was like a plot device, and then like, then it just doesn't matter. And then he's just revealed to be some immortal guy tied to Dan Hung's like past. I feel like they're just setting him up as the Dan Hung like Pujo fight ship. He's got nothing happening, man. Not interesting. This chick, I fucking hate her, man. I don't know. I guess I could put her in C. I don't know. I mean, I guess I just put her in C because at least she's got like anything happening. But I think their attempts to make her like this like femme fatale, like cool, mysterious. It's so overdone that it like, I feel like it ends up being like just cheesy and lame. I mean, I like RR mommies, but I don't like her. They try so hard, it just ends up just corny as fuck, man. She doesn't feel cool or like actually like this cool femme fatale or anything. It's just this attempt that it just fails so hard for me. I just end up not liking the character much. I also find her like predestination thing to be irritating. She's always in control of everything. She always knows what's happening. I like that her companion quest, you can actually like go against that whole thing. That's the only reason she's probably not in D for me. Is her companion quest is kind of cool, but she's just an irritating character that they try way too hard with. I'm all about like cool, you know, femme fatale, Matrix bullshit that they try to do with her, but it just comes like she's doing the violin thing, like they're trying to do some like fucking like really cool like, you know, like action movie thing, and it just is so fucking cheesy, dude. It just never hits for me. I never think she's cool for like a single second. But you're supposed to take it fucking serious, man. It's just not mysterious enough in like an interesting way for me. It's pure fetish shit at this point, I feel like, for people. Lynx? I don't know. He likes camping. That's good for her. Armpit girl too. she's just like a tsundere. Had nothing going on, no arc. Like the general guy was like kind of like waiting to see if she could take over her like as general essentially for him, and she had like growing to do. So I was hoping she would take command and really like own something at some point, but instead she's just like the all-knowing diviner, and she just does like random tasks for him. It doesn't do anything. I mean, I like tsundere, yeah, but like the thing is, my desire for like character types or quirks or like their look is sometimes like their actual character in game like holds them back. Like if this was blind, I might put her higher, right? But now that I know who she is, I'm like, eh. Which is funny. Because like you tell me, I probably put this chick pretty high, right? Normally. But now she's like super low. Yeah. Yeah, my bad. Super Dong Hang. I mean, he's just the same dude. There's no difference. This must just be for the Akumi. Yeah, my bad. I mean, I've got that on here a little bit, but like I said, I think when I see their actual characters, because they try to do something sometimes with them, that just kind of ruins it. And something like Anika, it's probably so honest about it, you'd still just go purely on fucking waifu level. But like some of these characters, I mean, okay, so most of these characters don't have anything going on, so I shouldn't say that. But when they do try to give them a little something, and then it's just like shit or like threadbare, then it just is like a negative, man. The sax bell lady, don't know. We didn't do requests. Like she could be funny. Yeah, I didn't see the sex alarm. I couldn't really say. She's probably D though. She's a influencer. Oh, she's probably funny or something. We'll put her in there. This chick, they at least like, I suppose gave her little backstory and tried to make her cool. But she's so fucking such a slave to her like past bullshit. She's like forcing like, and I feel like I'm supposed to take it serious. She's just waxing on and on and on about her past and making everybody go on this fucking tea party with her, and maybe she's not D. She at least has a backstory and stuff going on, but I just couldn't find myself like getting into it. She just feels like a selfish, kind of annoying character. She's kind of the same vein as like Kafka a little bit, just less forward about it. I guess I should put her higher up then. I don't know. They were trying to do something with like her and Blade and Dan, but because you barely know any of them, you barely know their past, and you don't really care, and you probably care more about Dan actually just having his own free will and not being a slave to his past, that she just seems like a fucking nosy bitch, man. It's like, fuck off, man. I don't know. I guess that gives her more to dig into, but and she had probably some of the best production value. Her companion quest had a lot going on, but I don't know. I'd probably feel a lot more better if we got more. I feel like they're like revving up for like a fucking anime, man. They're like trying to give you like a little prequel, like, ooh, we're gonna make a show about this or something. Or like an arc where you go back and play old Blade and stuff. Because they introduced a lot of like old characters and stuff. Animated short. What is this?
Heed this oath. As clouds that
cover the heavens while the knights protect the
Am I gonna get taken down by a Honkai for watching these?
Yes, master. Clouds that cover the heavens
Will the knights protect the Siege?
Is that where this shit came from? Is this? Is that why it had more production value?
Hold firm. A cloud knight must never let slip their rhythm, nor let slacken their form. Yes, master.
Big fan of the FF15 method of storytelling. Just put half of your character building and shit in a fucking completely separate multimedia.
Master, he doesn't recognize us.
So it is with the Morris.
It's not a good thing
To
though.
become stricken with Mara is to be a long-life species. If I too become stricken in times hereafter, you must not hold.
Like that was my problem. Like at least give me the base story, right? They'll give you like nothing or like something super threadbare, and then it's like somewhere else, like in a short. I'm like, give me the short and then build on it, you know, like. Like you just introduce these characters for like 5 minutes in the game, and then like expect me to give a shit. It's just not gonna happen. It's like their world building. Here's all this shit, but I'm like, well, make me care first, and then I'll fucking want to dig in. When is he fighting her? Did I miss that at the beginning?
Farewell, master.
Oh God, is that fucking what's his ass?
Your gift of instruction.
Matt Mercer. Is this after she goes to jail? Is he like kill her or something? Oh, I got music going.
9,996, 9,997, 9,998, 9,999, 10,000.
A Cloud Knight must never let slip their weapon, nor let slacken their.
You could see the elements of like a cool arc
You
here,
have to grow a little taller before the knights will have you.
I want to be like you, General.
right? Like he is trained by someone. He's, you know, a noob. He has to kill his master. I mean, it's like some classic kung fu shit, but like, and then he becomes the master and he trains somebody and he learns from his mistakes and her mistakes. Shit. That could be a cool arc. Doesn't happen. It's not in the game. It doesn't happen at all, right? But like, that's cool. But like, it just doesn't like it's cool to this little 4-minute short, but you could really like build off of that, but it just doesn't. It's not there.
You do. It is a difficult.
And I don't appreciate story being multimedia like this, unless it's like truly side stuff. Like I don't mind if it's like this, if like you give this to me in the game and then you build off of it, like, you know. But the characters have like nothing happening in the game half the time.
That's the road you took.
It's like you can't expect somebody to dig or just like what should already be at the surface, then they build off it.
Seeing as you're so full of fighting spirit.
Yeah. I won't hold back.
I mean, it's cute. That would be like a cute like start to a story or something, right? And then he's gotta like, you know, train his, you know, apprentice, or, you know, the apprentice has to be the one who takes down. I mean, what was this? Isn't it Rocky, right? You know, he's got to like train, so, you know, somebody's got to, maybe it's not just Rocky, like I guess any kung fu type of thing. you know, maybe he couldn't kill her and she's gone crazy, and then he trains the kid, and then the kid learns from him, and then, you know, maybe the master dies, and so he's got to take her out in his place and kind of end the cycle and all that shit. And, you know, it could be like a cool thing, but like that it just doesn't happen. Right? None of it happens. Not even like just the basic like kung fu plot. But I mean, there's a reason it like has been redone a million times. This just kind of works. It's just not in the game. And it's not even really outside the game either. Like, you get like the basic story there. It gives them more character and more of like a parallel for sure. There's like a theme there, but like, the bad ending? Okay. What's up, Swifty? I didn't like this chick's personality at all. It was like hypocritical and like backwards, and what are you ranking these on? I don't know. I did a tier list before I played this like months ago, just purely on looks, just right off of the character bases. Now it's a mix of, do I like their character? Do I just like the way they look? Like, just overall feel, I guess. Did I think that even if they look good, the story kind of made me not care about them, that kind of thing? Just a mix. I don't know. I've been explaining every one of them, so you'd have to go back and get the lowdown, but it's kind of wishy-washy. I don't feel much about most of the characters. So it's kind of... So if there were stronger characters, I'd probably go more based on just their personalities, but a lot of the time there's not enough there. Yeah, I think... So with Topaz, she could be a great character if they'd actually leaned more into her being kind of too deep down, like too deep in like corporate asshole. Like she can barely see out, you know, to realize kind of how hypocritical or ignorant she is, or that she's kind of bought in too much. But instead, they just kind of make her like a goody two shoes from the IPC instead. Like, she still does buy into it and still plays the game, but they try to not make her like this kind of like nihilistic thing where it's like because she brings up her story about, you know, her homeland and shit, and how she joined the IPC and all that. And I could see where she came from, her circumstances, and then as you get too attached to the corporate life, you start to conflate your circumstances with everybody else's, and you assume everybody's got it the same way. And I think she'd end up a good character if she was just like more evil, but like she doesn't really think of it that way. Like, she's just kind of got like good intentions, but she's too ignorant, doesn't quite realize. Now, she can't see the forest from the trees anymore, but instead she's just kind of a good guy still. He's willing to take a hit. It's like, she's still that way a little bit. She still plays the game, but it kind of just ends up being like, I feel like the way the writers handle it, she still ends up being kind of like, I just really wish they would have made her more like stuck with the ignorant like asshole thing who thinks she's doing good. I found her aggravating, but in like a way that I thought was intentional, so that's a good character. I just don't think they stuck it. I think they tried to back out on her. I think she should have been more of a bitch the whole way through, thinking she was good, thinking she could leverage her backstory, and not realize that she's essentially the problem. But instead Bronya comes in, she's like, wait, let's be nice. And she's like, okay, you're right. And then like, that's it. And you're just like, what a fucking weak cop out so every rollable girl can be fucking a good guy. So it's just like, I put her in B because her ass and her design and because I think she was close to being a good character, a character you're not supposed to like. But I'll just take a character that I don't like that's actually good, but they fuck up the ending. I would have put her higher. She would have been ass if they actually made her more of like an antagonist who can't like see the forest from the trees anymore because of her circumstance. But they cop it out. I knew they would. I knew the IPC storyline was just gonna be some fucking happy-feely cop out. There's not only the Deus Ex Machina shit, giant weapon. There's her coming in with the information to make this, the situation more obvious. The only thing that didn't happen was Topaz didn't start killing people to really make the IPC seem obviously evil. But that whole storyline was interesting. It was fun to talk about. The super corporation and like, what do you do? Do you sign the agreement or do you say fuck it? And how she thinks she's doing good, but she's really just the problem. But they just don't own it. She ends up just being kind of this like expected you to believe that she's a goody two shoes, but I don't know. She gets halfway there, so I'll just put her in B. I don't know who this is. He's probably gonna be shit. This guy's trailer was okay. Good for him. Yeah, it was so bad. Like, it wasn't even like a good argument. Like, oh, she's like, your letter touched me. Let's be nice. After we just killed like 10, 15 of her people. I was just like, it's just so lame. Like, they decide they can't like actually like finish the arc or make an interesting character. She just has to be like, they just gave up. They just made her like a generic good guy. It's just like, really, dude? She'll end up there eventually, either way, but it's like they cut the story short. Yeah, I didn't get to do Huohuo's. I like her. I assume she's funny. She gets away with being an A because I don't know her personality, probably. She's just like a funny character. I like her depressed face. And I like that she's possessed by a ghost and she's afraid of him.
Maybe I should just resign.
Yeah, we didn't get to do her story. I was gonna save it.
It won't matter if I'm gone anyway.
Why does every VA sound the same?
Ghost, what ghost?
You scared me.
But at least they tried to do something unique with her concept instead of just being a normal ass person. And I'll give her points just for that. I hate this voice acting.
I'll be right behind you. I'll see if there's anyone. Hello, anybody?
Run, that's all you know.
I wasn't calling you guys.
Futaba's VA.
So here's the big boss. Let me at it. Out of my way, you little brats. Demons clear, have no fear. I'm here. Why don't you beat it? 9 ugly spirits, I know thy names. With haste I come, fear my flames.
Attack, yeah.
I'd better write my resignation quickly. Mr. Teal, why do I feel like I've forgotten something important?
You talking about that little juggling girl?
Not Futaba's VA. Yeah, I think this character, at least like they try to do something different with her, right? She's not just, hey, I'm just normal pure girl number 1000. She's like, at least got like some fucking like depressed face and gimmick going on. I didn't get to see her whole story, so can't say much, but I don't know who this is. Oh wait, no, this is the judge girl. I don't know, dude. She had nothing going on. I mean, that she's a cyborg and didn't have many emotions probably made her better than half the cast. But she had like 10 lines, dude. I mean, it's fucking meaningless, right? I guess it's better than being shit. Who's this? This is just Fujo bait. Who's this? Don't know yet. I mean, this chick looks like she'll be kind of different. This guy looks like he could be kind of fun. This character's gonna be good. Male MC and D. I mean, I don't have anything to say about him. Oh, too late. I mean, I could make another tier here where I have 0 thoughts. Okay, let me adjust within here a bit. This list is so fucking random. Sampo's up here for the memes because he's kind of funny to joke about. Welt's got cool chinny lines. Svarog and her actually have a cool relationship. The main character's actually got like fun, goofy personality. This guy's up here for a real reason. She's up here because she's some brat. Yeah, can I just put Svarog at the top? She's here for her concept. And then like most of these are like just kind of whatever. I just don't feel strong about almost any of it, man. About any character. I mean, if we went purely off of looks, it wouldn't probably be that different from what we did before. I would just have their full bodies, I guess I could see. But it's probably fine. The D's are where it's probably more difficult. I got no fucking idea, man. I don't even know this character, man. She technically was there, but at least he's funny to poke fun at. Link said like nothing. MILF is nice, but didn't get to see her shit. Yeah, we'll go with this. What was my original? Let's compare. What was the does somebody have the link for that one? Let me see if I have it in here. Probably not. Yeah. Like I said, I don't feel as strong about a lot of these characters. I think in general, so many of them are just really weak. Oh, it's on Discord. Okay, thank you. Honkai post play. I just like so many of them are about as threadbare as what they started as. And since so many of them are like visually not super distinct, or their immediate personalities, like just the surface level personalities, aren't really that distinct from each other either. It's just I real feel, you know, like I can just compare on personality or anything. Like it's just this mix of like goofy reasons, but we'll see what I used to have. What did I have? I don't know when I did this. It was a while ago. Let's see here. Oh, I had Luocha higher. Yeah, probably because he looked like some fucking schmexy fuckboy who looked who was like, you know, mysterious or something. Yeah, I had her up there. See, this is what I mean. It's like I had her up there an S, and now she's like fucking bottom rung, dude. So I actually met her. So yeah, they're both MILFs. Fuckboy, MILF. I don't know why I probably did these ones. Oh, she probably looked like a serious MILF, but then I find out she's just pure, so she just ends up lower. Since we were just going off of looks, you can't really put half of these characters up here for looks before you know them. Oh yeah, fuck. Animal ear chick. That was my reason. Funny, I have her down here, right? Because you can't tell she's like MILF. So she just looks like the pure nice type, which she kind of is, but ended up having a okay companion quest. Yeah, not many of these actually stayed where I put them before. Welt's in the middle. I think only General Man and her ended up still B. That's funny, dude. Yeah, almost none of them are the same. I guess she's in C as well. I don't know. Mart's still bottom? Oh, for sure. Yeah. I mean, she was exactly like you'd imagine in this picture. This was me imagining the best version of everything I saw here in an idyllic world. And then I found out about how they actually were. But then some of them were totally accurate. Like March 7th was exactly what I'd expect. Interesting, yeah. Wasn't as many characters then either. Well, cool. Well, that was fun, yeah. Maybe someday if I have infinite lifespan, I'll do a Genshin one. I think I did the Genshin one too. Yeah. This is definitely not like set in stone. It is not. I'm not. I wouldn't die on any hills for these takes, but that's what they are. So yeah. Anyways, folks, I saved that one. Thanks for watching. Thanks for chit chatting too. I really appreciate it. Being able to talk about this with everyone and all sorts of other little topics. Yeah, it was good. It was a good time. Like I said, I was iffy on the game itself by the end, but it was a good time overall. Stream. There's a few moments, maybe not, but overall it was cool. But yeah, next we'll be dipping into probably Chained Echoes. Apparently great, but everybody I've talked to was like okay on it. I feel like I'm gonna get to the stars again, but we're gonna give it a go for loose Game Pass. I think I might skip out on Potion Craft Alchemist Simulator. And then we'll do Silent Swan when that comes in the mail. Yeah, for sure. Thanks for being cool about chatting about it all. It was nice having people in here who actually play the game and are into it and stuff. Bounce off of. Playing a game that other people actually play for once, a rarity. But in terms of live service shit, gotcha. I'll be doing more FF14 in a week or two. So we'll be catching up with the highlights on that. Fair bit to do there. We'll see how much I actually do, but then Bomb Rush Cyberpunk coming next week, I think. Also, the VGAs are this Thursday. Maybe Tevi, maybe stuff. I'm gonna be able to get to everything because there's a bunch of shit leaving Game Pass. But anyway, I'll probably start Chain Echoes when I get back. I'm gonna look around a little bit more to see what I think. If it doesn't end up being that, then we got other stuff to do. Oh yeah, gotchas. I don't know if I'll start another gotcha. I don't have any plans to. Limbus, if I actually go through like the first 2 games, I probably wouldn't do Genshin. Too long, and I've got too much of a taste of what it might be story-wise, especially for something that gets good way farther in. I'd maybe fuck around as a joke with some of them, but for the most part, I don't have it intent.